Hello to all the YouTubers. Or am I the YouTuber? I don't know. Anyway, good evening to everybody. Welcome to Friday Night Fights. The fights begin in 20 minutes. Oh yeah, absolutely, Mitch. Absolutely. Let's see if Moobot has the right links. I'm not sure it does. I might have to update them. Copy. Let's go over here. Let's try it, see what we got. Oh yeah, starts in 20 minutes, Friday Night Fights. Okay, so we've got the right links, folks. I'm gonna go spend a little bit of time with the kids still, helping them get to bed. But I wanted to get this up as a whatchamacallit, as an alert reminder thingamajig for folks to come join the fights. I don't know, should I put up some more alerts somewhere? We could hit up Twitter, twit.com. Howdy to you as well, Alex J. Gustafson. Let's see, Friday Night Fights start in 20 minutes. And I'll put the link, I guess. Exciting. I love how I just bantered with the internet. Okay, now I'm going to banter with the entire Discord. Okay, so we want to say Friday Night Fights starting in 18 minutes. Join us here. And then I'm just going to put a bunch of links. I'm just going to barrage them with links. I'm sort of tired of sending long messages, so it'd just be a bunch of links and hope that people know what we're talking about. No. Wait. I slightly messed it up in the sense that I just messed up and don't really know how to use links or discords or internets. All right. But we've got a couple of people trickling in. So yeah, let's go to the info again. Game start on the hour. David will be right back. Does that work? Game start on the hour. David will be right back. Is that explanatory? People are going to come in and be like, what's this show? Where's David? Nobody reads anymore. Wow, Eigen. Bonne journée à toi. 4:44 a.m. in France right now. Yeah. Wishing bonne journée to all fellow dojoers. Hang on, I'm not yet gone, Mitch. Once I'm gone, then you can be like, what, huh, what, who, where? All right, see you guys in a few minutes. Yes! Hey everybody. David is prepping the gladiatorial ring of human chess pieces. Alright. Here we go. Here's some pieces. Beautiful, beautiful pieces. YouTube is silent so far. Silent all these minutes. Minutes go by and I'm still waiting with these. Okay, we've got a few participants in the Friday Night Fight 1600 plus arena. Let's check the other arena. What is the link again? Let's see. Nice. Nice. Classical Prep, again in the wrong division, just like last week. They just love beating up on lower rated players. Well, at least they've got an MO that makes them predictable. Oh, let me go log something. ChessDojo.club. Tournament starting in 3 or 4 minutes, by the way, folks. Training plan. Games analysis. Review 10 games with higher rated player. Boom! Add 1. Today. Update. Boom. All right. Got me a dojo point, maybe. I didn't see how many points I got. Probably 1. Hey, Top G. This is Friday Night Fights. We got some tournaments where people are going to be playing chess against each other. Let's see, where are we? Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. And I will comment on their play. You know, point out some good moves, some bad moves, some other moves that could have been considered and all that. Yeah. It's classical chess. It's serious stuff. If you want to join, let's see, what's a useful link? Let's go to clubs over here, open link. This is open to anybody. You just have to be in this Chess Dojo club here on chess.com. Boom, there's a link. Woo! Oh, see, and sorry, if you follow that link and you get to this page, the Chess Dojo Club, you just scroll down a little bit, upcoming events, Friday Night Fights. Boom, you join them, you play. Hey, Dabo. How's your week been? I guess. I don't know if you're ready to take on these other fighters. If you're in an I guess frame of mind. These people aren't guessing. They know what they're up to. Hey, Troy, welcome. I didn't make it to the gym today, folks, so we need some kind of a game where I have to do, you know, push-ups or squats or things if people hang pawns or whatever. So come up with the rules and we'll play. Think of it as a healthy drinking game. I've never played a drinking game in my life, by the way. Any moms and dads out there worried about your kids watching Chess Dojo, don't worry. All good here. Playing the London and the Carl Khan. Got a higher blitz rating than ever. Trouble transitioning from the middle game. Interesting. Cool. 20 pull-ups. I don't have a pull-up bar in this room. It's going to be hard to do pull-ups. Ooh, the games are starting in seconds, folks. Buckle up. 5 burpees for every capture. All right, we'll try that. That sounds like a challenge. 5 burpees for every capture on stream. I believe in like doing things that you can't actually do. Just, keep going till you can't do it and then give up. So I'll do it as far as I can. How many pull-ups can I do? I don't know, maybe 0? Especially without a pull-up bar. It's definitely 0 tonight. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight! Revolver Jack. Oh yeah. To everybody playing, good luck, have fun. And mute your stream while you play. Unfortunately, you can't listen to my hypertones tonight. So I got more energy than the last couple Friday nights. Thank goodness. Although I was up last night with my baby just the same. I don't know why I'm not dying yet. But hopefully it'll be a little bit further into the show before I feel so exhausted that I could die. Uh-oh. Don't take it. Don't take it. It's going to be a lot of burpees if they start capturing pawns. I'll have to go find like a locked King's Indian or something. Whew, Bishop B5. Safe. Let me open up some games in the other section. So that's going to be the 1600 plus. Copy the link. Can I hit the link before they capture a pawn there? Yes. No! Captured. Did we see them capture? We didn't see them capture the piece. The bishop just sort of appeared there on c6 when we switched. Oh! The bishop got captured. Okay. I'll admit that one. So how does a burpee work again? It's been a while. Do I start with the push-up or start with the little jump thing? I don't know. Let's go. I can't even count to 5. Okay. Did it. Okay. All right, let's open up the other games. You can get sick from overtraining? Huh. Never happened to me. Kraken boy. Kraken boy. All right. We got a bunch of games open now. You're probably the only one waiting. No vest for the weary. For the dreary. And as soon as somebody else joins, you'll get paired. Someone will come in. You can get sick from overtraining. What is getting sick from overtraining like? Last weekend and didn't recover till Thursday. Ouch. Which game was the most exciting of these games? We go back to the first game we were watching, right? Revolver Jack, was that the first one? No, that's not the one we were watching. Before. Here it is. An advanced Carl Khan. This was it. I've sometimes thrown up from exercising really hard, but I wasn't like sick. I just threw up and then I was okay. Oh, Arate, in that close Sicilian line. You like playing it as white, but not allowing the trade. Bonjour, Elise. Bienvenue. We got a bunch of good fights going. Woo! All right, so let's talk about what's going on here. So Black's got the bishop outside the pawn chain. Black's got a doubled pawn, but it looks like it's sure to trade at some point, right? So I would say we shouldn't even count Black as having a doubled pawn, really. Black needs a moment to get castled, but White has a piece to bring out as well. Both players are playing pretty fast. They started with 45 minutes. Now they've got 48 and a half against 46. So they're both playing, you know, a bit too quickly. I mean, it's the opening. Sometimes you can play some quick developing moves quickly. And they have both, you know, successfully developed pieces nonstop throughout this opening. So it's not grave. It's not a serious matter that they haven't thought more. But it would be nice if they slowed down a tiny bit. Dritman in Paris. It's 5 a.m. in Paris. Well, that's awesome that you're in Paris. What are you there for? Oh, Elise. First classical game in 8 months. Nice. The months are starting to tick for me. Do you you have to show us your game sometime this coming week. How the queen ended up on e7. Stamen, are you trying to trick me into witnessing a capture that I didn't really witness? Apparently there was a trade like this. Maybe Black was afraid that White was going to capture the pawn, so they took with the queen to be able to recapture, right? Because the natural move for development would be knight e7. But then you have to be confident that you can sort of encircle that pawn and win it back. Which maybe Black can't. I'm not sure. So they took with the queen, and then we got to here. 100 plus moves. Well, that's a good way to get back into it. Married in Santorini. Oh, that's so cool, Dritman. I don't know if I ever told anybody this, but the last time I went to Blitz Society was with Kostya. And we played a brother and sister who were on their way. They were traveling on their way to a chess tournament. I think they were from Romania. And the girl was something like 6 or 7. And the older brother was something like 7 or 8. And they just wanted to play chess nonstop. And so Kostya and I sat down and played them. And I played the younger sister and he played the older brother. And they were wrecking us, but we swindled them. Or I can't say for Kostya because I was too focused on my own game. So I won't say whether Kostya swindled the older brother or not. I know that Kostya told me the older brother played really, really well. Queen a4 was the choice here. And the girl definitely was keeping up 2 out of 3 games and wasting me 1 out of 3 games. But I just barely won. But I'm telling you, this was like a 6 or 7-year-old girl who was really rather close to my level. I've not experienced that in a really long time. Generally, the youngest players that I've lost to are 12 years old. I lost to 2 12-year-olds in my career. One this past year was the Turkish kid, Yagiz Khan Erdogmas, who's now 2,600 FIDE, 8 months later. And the other was like 15 years ago, and it was Ilya Nizhnik. So does it say more about my level or her level, Dritman? I don't know, a little of both, right? She was good. She was good. Rook c8 to defend the c6 pawn. Good choice. Optic Illusion. Your name reminds me of Ilya Nizhnik somehow. Your spelling of illusion. Says there's lots of little tactics and tricks, right? Like the queen looking through here at the bishop at the same time as she attacks this pawn. If white trades on c5, this bishop will be hanging and has to capture on f3 before the queen recaptures. Yeah, it is crazy, Dripman. And she and her brother being both really good was cool. And also, they just had a great attitude or feeling about them. They just wanted to play and play and play. You know, they played anybody who was sitting there, and they ran out of people to play, and then Kostya and I played them, and they were willing to play all night. I think it was, here's the other thing. It was like midnight, I think, by the end. And normally a 6-year-old who traveled and then is playing at midnight, I mean, she should be a little tired or at a little bit of a disadvantage herself, probably, you know? Yeah, it's like the Cambridge Springs thing, this little seeing it across there, right? That's also Queen A5 in the Cambridge Springs and looking at a bishop on G5. Same pattern, for sure. Oh, sorry, Alyssa, we're on Fight tonight. Tomorrow morning we'll be on Play. And good to see you. Hope you'll have a good game pretty soon. Yeah, Ilya Nizhnik is very strong. I never got my revenge, even though I worked very hard for it too. Well, now the players are slowing down a little bit. That's good. They're starting to think about what they want to do. For white, taking is a big option. H3 is an option. Knight B3 allows bishop takes F3, so I don't think knight B3... Normally, if black didn't have bishop takes F3, I think you would play knight B3 here to conquer the C5 square for a knight. That would be the most typical plan or idea in this position, right? You attack the pawn, and if they trade, you take back, and then you still get this square. Plus, a rook will be really good on c1. But, I mean, we can't do this to ourselves and our king. So I think that main plan is out, which means, yeah, JJTW should be thinking a little bit here and coming up with something better. Actually, I don't really like taking on c5 because I really want to be able to do this eventually. Could we move the knight? Oh, tell me that that's a genius move. Oh. The line between genius and imbecile is a very fine line. And as Brother Ali said, I straddle it. You can find me putting one foot down on each side. So, okay, so white's still pondering along with us. You guys have any suggestions from white's side? Do we have any ideas here? Arate suggesting rook a c1 with the idea of you're getting ready if black ever plays c takes d, and sort of pre-developing the rook, yeah? Dripman has maybe c4, blow open the center because the king's in the center. The thing is, Dripman, the king can castle at a moment's notice. So blowing open the center really applies when the king can't get out of the center. That's why a lot of players, instead of hurrying to castle as fast as possible, they hurry to be able to castle. Then they, you know, fight over positional stuff. And then as needed, the king can always hop out of the way. But you're never going to check. You're never even going to say nothing about checkmating. You're never going to bother this king on e8. The moment you play a move like c4 or whatever, it can just castle. So you have to ask yourself, is c4 positionally desirable? Okay, we got a couple of people saying, let's just go h3, kick that piece. After deep thought, JJ fights for the c5 square. Woo! Yes! JJ. Showing us some real stuff here. Looking forward to a possible endgame. Let me tell you my move, folks, that I was thinking of that didn't get mentioned. It was this move. Why? Well, as you know, I'm trying to set up my knight e1 move. So I'm trying to get a free tempo compared to the h3, folks. I'm thinking that if black castles, I can come here. And now these pieces are a little embarrassed in view of f3 or h3 followed by g4. Plus the knight can come to d3 and c5. And my rook's here, so this move is going to have some real problems. That's my sneaky move, rook fc1. I think it's an improvement on h3 or rook ac1, but that's just the idea until I see the refutation. Then when I see the refutation, I'll say, okay, my fine idea was not fine. Most of my great ideas turn out not to be good once you put them under a real microscope, you know? Who else feels that way? Like, you come up with these sort of fancy or clever ideas, and it sounds so good, but then there's some kind of a flaw. Yeah. This is my version of like a self-help chess show, right? Put your hand in the air. Who here has had an idea and it didn't work out? Amen. Amen. And who did this to you? We do this to ourselves. We do this to ourselves every day. But it doesn't always have to be like this. Yep, lap it up, Jake. Lap it up. Maybe I'll sell water. Let me grab some water. See how much that costs. Ay, ay, ay. I just walked into a cleanup on aisle 3 situation there. Yeah, people are so resourceful and they defend and stuff now, so we never get to feel like the geniuses we are. C4. These players are assiduously avoiding trades for me. I appreciate it. Also, it's a very fine move that's going to make people forget that Mushin's rating is under 1,000, folks. Taking on d4 was basically what White was trying to induce from Black, right? In order to backwards this pawn, put the rook here. Actually, White would trade queens first, not let Black trade on a3, right? It would go like this. This is what White wanted to do. That said, Black could survive it if they immediately push c5, right? Like takes, boom. Totally fine. Or even just takes straight away. It would be okay for Black. But c4 is extra desirable, actually, because they're grabbing space. Potentially they can break with c5, or they can play rook b8 and put some pressure on White. So it's an ambitious move. Probably it's actually only equally good to cd4. It doesn't make a huge difference. The moves are probably of comparable value, but this move shows, you know, some real strategic inklings. Yeah, I'm not sure, M. Norris, if it was Mushin or Mudla. That's the problem. We've got two Mews who play at an outlandish level compared to their ratings. Oh, capture. Oh, capture. That's going to be 10. Hang on, folks. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I remember the same feeling, M. Norris. I know the King's Indian you're talking about. Math nerd, you're correct. White can absolutely undermine with b3, but instead they played h3. No, not another trade. You're wondering which piece was better to take back with Gritman, right? I'd say probably king, like you, just to connect the rooks. Yeah. Yeah, don't stay up till 3 a.m. Viral Sigma. You don't need to. There's other times and places. Oh. I did a lot of push-ups last night by my standards. So it's kind of sore, and then I got 2 shots this afternoon. I'm not going to make it very far today. Okay. But the rapid tomorrow, folks, that's important. The rapid tomorrow is going to be endgame sparring. Oh, there's a capture. There's a capture. Oh, another 10. This is the end. What? 2, 3, 4, 5, not bad. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Castling is very reasonable. Very reasonable. What was wrong with D takes C5, B4 earlier? Okay, Viral Sigma. Probably nothing, just a matter of taste. So it would be here, right? You could take, hitting this piece. So they take, you take, they take, and you go B4. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, Viral Sigma. It's just a position, probably close to equal, like the choice in the game. Black plays like Queen B6, I guess, covering these squares. As white, you could try and maneuver this knight all the way around to C5. But I think black will castle and play C5 before you get there, right? If that's the plan. Oh no, they didn't. I'm wrong. Okay. You can maybe spin around like this and try and get there. But I think even that won't necessarily crush black. But you could do it. Maybe it's an edge. You could also go for this move here, which is kind of intense. Bring the knight to a better square. I don't love that before black is castled, and we have castled. You want to play C4 immediately here? Like so. If they take, you think you're just winning it back, huh? And if they castle, what are you doing? Grabbing space? Or just putting a rook on C1 and holding your tension? I mean, to me, it just looks basically playable, you know? You're playing maybe for a small edge for white. You can't be worse. Black's got that isolated A pawn, and the C file's not really looking great for black. So yeah, I mean, you're doing fine with this idea. There's nothing wrong with your idea, for sure. Math Nerd, you thought maybe is there time for B4 to hold the pawn, but black's recapturing it before you have time. As soon as you take on C5 here, it's trade and recapture. So white couldn't win a pawn, but okay, Queen A3 was played. We got these trades, G4. Oh, G4 is not so good. Trying to keep this knight out of F5, but our positional 900 already had in mind a new square for that knight. Oh my gosh, and the knight's got more nice pastures coming up too. Oh, Mathner, B4, I got you. Just trying to, I understand your idea now, I think. You're saying maybe go B4, force control of this square. If black trades, you get this structure here, which looks like a pleasant little advantage for white, right? So if you go B4, I think the main likelihood might be that black shuts the position with this move. And at least now your knights can't seem to get to c5, right? Their roots are cut off. The position's pretty closed. Again, white, if anyone, would have a small edge. But black might be able to just hold it together, you know? Like they've got a fair amount of space, and you can't get at this square or this pawn right now. That's where they're really weak. I think this position would be acceptable for black, is my thought against b4. I think white maybe had some slight advantage in that dc5 b4 version, although really close to equalizing for black. Okay, JJ thinking. They're using some time now, you know. They're not going into like crazy long thinks, but it also hasn't been super crazy tactical yet. They're just making positional decisions in a couple minutes think time. It's all quite reasonable, actually, from both these players. Right, so black has huge potential on the b file, as Arate is saying. White needs to take that into consideration and play b3 fairly quickly, right? So, like here where g4 was played, already b3 was called for, right? So, oh yeah, sorry, I skipped over your question, Fisher Seb, because there's a lot going on. I did 53 last night, I think. 12, 15, 12, 14. Yeah. Oh, maybe even B4 viral stigma. Sure, it could be similar to B3, just saying like, hey, you've got your chance to take or not. But actually B4, I mean, your opponent could play A5 and engage that way if they want with the A file. Whereas if you go B3, it really feels like you're threatening to take on C4, and their double isolated C pawn would be really bad. This might be more forcing unless this is a good move somehow. Okay, cool, Fisher Sub. I don't know anybody's standards except my own, so I don't know how anything lines up, you know. No, knight f4 played, and white, yeah, white's thinking about it. Oh, shoot, white's last move was a4. Unfortunately, that exacerbates the potential issues along the b file, right? When you move, okay, the 2000s in the room are going to know this, but I think a lot of players, you know, even like 15, 1700 aren't going to have realized this as clearly as it is, but it's really a very simple, clean fact of chess life. Anytime you move a pawn, you weaken squares on the neighboring file. So when you move your G pawn, you're weakening squares on the F and H files. And when you move your A pawn, you're weakening squares on the B file. And since black's plan was to play on the B file, this A4 move is very unfortunate here, actually, for white. So knight F4 comes in with a pop on this pawn. White pays the tempo to defend it. And now black's going to choose between rook b8 and f6. f6 opens more fronts, looks for a second weakness. I would say don't do it, boss. You're risking the white knight coming to e5 at some point, and you already have the b file and you're not using it. So use what you have first, and then if you need something more to help you crank white, you could play f6 later. But, you know, rook b8, rook b3, this rook to b8 with knight d3 as a follow-up, that's a great place to start. That's true, Arate. Like, the move knight g6 looked so good that I didn't question it at all, right? We just said, oh yeah, there's a weakness. The knight's headed that way. Boom, right? But rooks are worth more than knights. So if you put your rook on a good square, it will often outweigh putting your knight on a good square. I've gradually been developing a kind of theory about priorities in the endgame, because you reach an endgame and you've got choices like, should I open the weak F file? Should I go to the B file? Should I bring my knight to an outpost? Should I advance the A pawn so it doesn't end up backwards? Should I centralize my king? And all my life I was really confused, right, by which which good thing is supposed to take priority. These are all things you're supposed to do, right? So how do I know which thing I should be doing first, right? How do I prioritize? And my working theory, which I've never heard anywhere, no one's ever given me this answer, is that the priority goes to the more valuable in total power piece. So another thing you could do in an endgame is you could fix like a pawn weakness, right? Like if h3 were weak or something, you could play g5 to fix the weakness, right? So again, my working theory suggests first you would play like the rook developing move, then you would move your knight towards the outpost, and then you might centralize your king or fix a weak pawn at that point. So is it possible in the game position for white to turtle? By the way, great move from Mushin, rook b8. We're watching basically a complete strategic game being played by a 900, folks, in case you need to like pinch yourselves and make sure it's Friday Night Fights and not a dream. Let's find out if black knows about en passant. Because if they don't, the whole b file advantage is going to disappear, because that's going to be a hard target on b4 instead of a soft target on b2. But yeah, we had the question: can white turtle up and defend the b pawn and at least hold the line there and not straight up lose that pawn? Honestly, the answer is doubtful, because black's knight even has access to d3, and there's not a lot of room here to defend b2. So I think even if white turtled on that one weakness, they would probably lose the game right here and there on b2 if black played with ruthless efficiency, as they are doing so far, right? There's an en passant capture. Let's see if we recharge enough for 5 more. All right. Oh, sorry, Arata, I missed your long, I must have missed your long line from before. Rook takes b3, rook a7. Let me see if I can scroll up and recapture it. Knight g6, rook b8, b3. Oh, I see. Interesting line. Okay, let's look at Arate's line, which was asking in this position here. Knight g6, so beautiful heading to the outpost. Should black rather have played rook b8? Could it prevent white from getting to b3? So then the variation goes like this. Rook takes, hitting the knight. Rook takes, hitting the other knight. Rook takes, hitting the pawn. King g2, rook here. If black wins this rook endgame here. White could also move the knight at this point with a move like this. Knight's attacked, it moves. Black's very close to winning here, because this rook is getting into like the underbelly of white's position. I don't know if I'm using that correctly, but you see what I mean? Like there's some pawn weaknesses and black's got access to them. There's this point about weaknesses, which is a weakness is only a weakness if you can attack it. Does that make sense? So like when you see somebody like run a pawn storm, as I said, all those pawn pushes are making weak squares. But they're pawn storming and you've got your king there and they've got their rooks behind the pawns. You don't have any pieces outposted behind those pawns. You're not attacking them. So the squares behind and around the pawns aren't usually weak. But here, these things here, black's able to start targeting them, right? Because this rook has access to this amazing d3 square. The knight's got access to f4. So here we're probably looking at losing a pawn. Yeah, Norris, we could have played knight e1 to keep the rook from d3, but that keeps our rook from every square, right? We keep black's rook out of d3, and we keep our rook out of the game, period. You know? Yeah, maybe we soldier on with like f4 to keep the knight out of here, but then h3 drops. It's getting tragic, right? Defend this, knight comes here, Now we're playing like f3 to block out the rook maybe, but the whole situation is super tragic. Super tragic califragiaskilostis. All right, let's see their live position and hope that we've missed some captures. Oh no, they're still here. They're taking a little bit of time. This does not feel like the lowest board in the tournament, but it is by rating. Props to both players for playing an epic positional game so far and using their time quite well. You know, anything suspicious I said about how quickly they played the first 5 to 10 moves of the opening, I will say for myself, I did mitigate that, right? I said it's just a little bit fast, but there's been nothing too controversial or you know, tactical, and everybody's developed every move and not messed up, so it's reasonable to play somewhat quickly under those circumstances. I guess they were right to do it. So tonight, while we're waiting to get our shots, Fisher said, I picked up my 60-something pound kid and did squats with my kid while waiting in line. That at least didn't hurt my arm like these push-up things are. But it's a lot more than I do when I do sets at the gym. At the gym, I'm supposed to use only 20 pounds on my squats. But, you know, when you're out in the world, you use what you got. I started with my baby, who's 20 pounds. That's exact. She's perfect. She's like 22, 23 pounds. But then my big kid was like, me too, daddy. You know, it looked fun. So, and there you are, you know. And like 1 second you're feeling strong, and then you like twinge something in your back, and you're out of commission for 3 months because you're old. Like, oops. Oops. Oh, after deep thought, Mushin's pawn shows its desire to expand. You guys know about the past pawns, right? They're criminals. You got to keep them under lock and key. And they want to expand. It just wants to expand one more time, this pawn. That's it. Just one. Just give me one more little move. I'm just a poor little pawn. I used to be a doubled pawn. People maligned me while I was sitting on c4. Just let me move one little time forward, brother. That's all I got. Jesus. Is it against TOS to stream without a shirt on Twitch? Because it is 90 degrees here. Especially after the burpees. Jeez Louise. I'll bet Jesse streams shirtless sometimes when Kostya's not watching. The prisoner's got to be kept under lock and key. Your shoulders usually get wrecked after a weekend with your 7-year-old. Yeah. Just hold the camera up here. Ay, ay, ay. Hot pools and tubs. I've clicked on hot pools and tubs a couple times because I just like couldn't believe that it was a thing, and it is a thing, and it's literally just people in hot pools and tubs, right? Or hot tubs and pools or whatever. I don't know. Mind-blowing what the world has now, right? Mind-blowing. I unfortunately do not have a hot tub, and given that it's 95 degrees, I don't want a hot tub tonight, although normally I do. So White's got to deal with White's got to be very strict with this b2 pawn. White has to be very strict about this b2 pawn. If you just try and tolerate it and blockade it for a while, bad things are going to happen. You know what I mean, folks? Like, sometimes there's something you just have to deal with it. It's just going to get worse and worse. It's going to decide your entire fate if you don't deal with it. Magnus has done it too. The thing is, and I only watched for 20 to 30 seconds, so I may have missed the point, but the the person in the hot tub didn't seem to be like playing chess or doing anything. They just seemed to be like maybe reading their chat or something like that and saying like, ho, ho, ho. Very funny, something that you typed in chat, somebody. Rook FD1 from Dripman is like a very reasonable suggestion here. And it's been played. So what was the point of Rook FD1? What's the point of Rook FD1 from Dripman? I think the point is to get to D2 attacking this pawn, all the while covering D3 so the knight can't get in to D3 to defend the pawn, right? So Rook D1, Knight E2, Rook D2. Ow, a capture, no. But before I pay, you see that both players are doing a really good thing here, folks? Right? Rook D1, Knight E2, and white is dealing with this pawn before it costs white the game. And black, maybe didn't think they could support it, so they're going after this pawn meanwhile, so they maintain the one pawn advantage, right? And here we are. So that's 2 captures. I'm going to go try and do 10 before it gets any worse. You don't think I'm the target audience for the hot tub streams? Yeah, honestly, I'm not the target audience for basically any stream. I don't know if I've ever really watched a stream that I enjoyed. Oh, no. I liked Ray Robson's streams a lot. He doesn't stream now, but he did at some point. All right, 2 captures. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. No! Knight takes A4. Oh. Okay, real quick, folks. If I could just explain. Black's knight maneuver through ET and C3. E2 and C3 not only kept Black's extra pawn, but they actually were able to snatch a second extra pawn over on A4. Their 2 extra pawns are both weak on open files. So white's got a very narrow window right now, I think, to quickly put pressure on those 2 pawns. Try to win one of them back or get black really tangled up defending them. Snag, that's what I wanted at least. Snag. So rook here. I'm very lucky they didn't trade on B2, Math Nerd. I was thanking my lucky stars there. So this is like a tangle, see? The knight can't move because of the A pawn, and black doesn't really have an obvious way of getting out of that. Rook D3, I was thinking rook C2, right, folks? But hang on, I owe another. Oh, that's why rook D3. It was to go after that A pawn. All right, I owe another one. Just one. 1. Oof. 2. 3. 4. Oh, whoops. 5. Every capture that I witness, Elise, is 5 burpees. Okay, so let's compare these 2 options. It's classical chess. We should get deep into things occasionally. Again, folks, you may forget, these players are not masters, yet they're playing this game at an incredible level. So the question is rook D3 headed to A3, or David's idea of rook C2, just trying to tie black up more. Rook C8, and where does it really lead? We don't have a way to stop that right now, Smallbeak. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating. It's been annoying us in our tournaments for 4 years. It's only at least because I missed going to the gym today. And I don't have any time to go to the gym at midnight. It's closed when this show is done. It's my only way to fit it in. Is, as I was saying, squats in the vaccination line, and somebody picked burpees for me for the chess commentary. They wanted to kick you for thinking on move 9. Like, obviously you're playing the game, and you're not DQing or aborting or something. Okay. So it looks like JJTW's defense was better than mine. I think we don't have to get that deep to see it. Honestly, this was much harder to parry, this straight attack on the A file, than this blunt attack on the C pawn, and then how does white do more? I mean, if you move the knight, you're going to drop this pawn. That's risky to sack. You could go rook A3 trying to belatedly do the same thing that JJTW did to begin with, but then why did we give black the tempo to play rook C8 and C5's coming? So I think we've clarified that. Rook D3 was the best defense. And now Mushin is facing maybe the first adversity of this game so far from black's perspective, which is this pawn is looking cooked, right? Rook B3 is a candidate move for sure, Math Nerd, yeah. One of the only moves on my, on my horizon, on my... Now we found out that I can't speak if I exercise. I forget the English language. Radar, Fischer Seb with the save. Rook B3. I mean, there's also knight B6, just allowing rook A7, and it looks like white's holding. Like black's advantage is not enough to win anymore. Rook B3 is trickier to calculate. Say rook A4, rook F3, rook A7. Also feels drawish, doesn't it? Although the pawn structure is kind of a wreck, and that rook is going to be good on F4. Strong rookie cookie, G5, attacking here, defending the base. Yeah, thank you to you too, Alex. Looks like there's 30 seconds more lag on YouTube than on Twitch. So rook b3 takes high drawing chances, but something black could try. Rook b3, trade once, then take, back rank mate threat, g5, rook c7, takes, check, king here, rook d2 winning. Arate says, what about king g2 here? Not going into those captures lines. Those captures lines had very, very good drawing chances for black. So this makes a lot of sense to look at this alternative from white's perspective, just holding that square and keeping the rook out. What it does allow black to do, Arate, is this. They can trade one rook and then defend the knight. And I mean, they're tied up and they can't move, but they held their structure together for the moment. And what they could do from here is at some point play c5, pawn takes c5, knight takes c5, rook takes a7, and say the d pawn is a better shape extra pawn. They could also sneakily maybe play a6 with the idea of c5, pawn takes c5, knight takes c5, defending a6. That would be a winning position for sure. So white would have to mess black up very, very soon here. Yeah. So king g2 doesn't quite do it. And Math Nerd had another idea that maybe knight c3 is strong against king g2. I was thinking about this move too, but I think here is okay for white, Math Nerd. So, yeah, so the really good idea for black here is to trade once and then play rook b4. And you hold your awkward two bad pawns on the board a little bit longer, maybe find time for a6 and c5 with a winning position. Yeah. So I think white would probably want to go in for one of the rook endgames. Double rook or single rook? It's hard to say. Look at these players spending their time on the key moves in the endgame. They played the positional moves nice and quick, but mildly quick, not insanely quick. And now in the critical time, they're really thinking. They're like pros. They're like pros. Knight b2 is playable here, Viral Stigma. Yeah, I mean, it gives up the a-pawn, but the knight can keep maneuvering. It's playable. It's definitely a little bit better than knight b6. So yeah, it's a move. I think black still has some winning chances in those rook endgames after rook b3. They're not dead draws to me. There's still winning chances in them. Normally I might click to another board at this point, but if I accidentally switch to a board where somebody captures something, I can't risk it. And these players are playing nice and slow now, appropriately slowly, so I can properly recover a little bit. Rook b3, maybe knight e1, new thought from Jake. So previously, in response to this, black would try something like this, this. Jake's probably bringing the knight to c2. Is that the idea, Jake? Why you've been maneuvering the knight? To come bother the rook? The rook wants to go to d4 next. Like if you go knight d3, rook d4 looks sketch. So I'm guessing you're coming this way. And then after rook c4, do you have anything? To me, it looks like black's still going to come out ahead here, right? You just bring the king over because my knight's hanging as well. I'm going to play this sneaky thing again. My plan is c5, and if pawn takes, knight c5, defending a6. Rook b3 is reasonable. Activating. g5. Oh, no. Yeah. Now you can't go... Now we have to deal with the knight because there's no longer back rank. So we go knight e3, takes, and we go active. Nothing's going to compensate for 3 pawns, right? Black's winning ultimately. But it was creative, Jake, this idea. And that's what you got to do when you're in desperate situations or in winning situations. Both players should be looking at, you know, semi-desperate measures from white, like this knight e1 idea. So rook b3 was played after 10 minutes of thought by Mushin. That continues to amaze us. By playing as well as any of us commentarists could play or could conceive of. Phenomenal. Phenomenal performance. What a match. Gosh, really great time usage, good positional play, and now they're even calculating at the right time and calculating well. And white's playing great defense. That rook a3 maneuver was fabulous. Oh, the 100 mover. Thanks, Elise. Hilarious, a one knight f3 open dragon, or, you know, mainline dragon from knight f3.
What color were you, Elise? Were you white or black in this game? Oh, white's done something. King G2. Calm as you please. Bravo. Wow, they really have flexible minds. They consider all the candidate moves, then also pick the right ones. But wow, I mean, to not make one of the captures, but to just calculate a bunch of stuff and then hold the tension. There was a FIDE master watching who thought the endgame was a draw. And do you think the endgame was winning throughout, or that you outplayed the opponent somewhat near the end? Okay. So now you're not 100% confident, but you would lean towards it was winning. When I opened up YouTube to go get the YouTube chat open for today's show, which proved to be fairly unnecessary, since there's nobody watching on YouTube today for some reason. Who knows? Every day different, weird. I saw 2 videos where the titles just grabbed me. You know, I don't believe in baiting people or whatever, but it doesn't mean that I'm impervious. I mean, I'm pretty good at resisting, but I'm not impervious to grabbing titles. And there's one here that says, why Lupe Fiasco believes he's the best MC alive. Okay. Not a lot of... I guess there are some dead MCs, but in general, it's not like a historical art where there's thousands and thousands from history. And a link that says Magnus thinks that Gukesh is not that good. The algo got me. You guys want to hear what Magnus said about Gukesh?
I think that he has the highest max level of any of those players. I don't think that he is the best or the second best player in the world. So if the question is whether he won because nobody else had a max tournament, then I think yes, but he still scored. He still scored +4, which is an extremely...
Oh my God! It's not even about his It's not even about his performance at the Olympiad. This is like 6 months ago at the candidates. Man, they really tricked me. Well, what do you think now, Magnus? That's what we want to know. What do you think now that you saw the Olympiad? Oh man, what a waste. Yep. Every single person I've ever talked to is on your side of this question, Purple Leopard. Yes, Viral Stigma. We believe that rook takes a3 followed by rook b4 is a big advantage for black here. Knight c3. Because I'll say this. Like, I don't fault Magnus at all for saying that 6 months ago when the candidates happened. It was not totally clear that Gukesh was the best when he won the candidates. He didn't undeservedly win it. He deservedly won it, but he won it by a sliver or a hair. It was not clear that he was better than everybody else there. I totally agree. And how much he has improved at several points in the past year has been surprising from the pace of his improvement. Okay? Like when he qualified for the candidates as the last qualifier last December, it was like, whew, he's just barely good enough to qualify. And then he goes to the candidates, and I was like, I don't think he's the worst player at the candidates, but I think if this candidates were in 3 months, he would have a good chance to win it. But now it's just too soon. There's no way he's going to win this thing. There's no way he's ready yet. And then he won it, right? And he was like clearly better than I'd expected that he would be at that point. And I said then, in terms of the match with Ding, as the candidates was being finished, I said he's going to be a huge favorite against Ding in 6 months. And people are like, whoa, but think about how good Ding was, and Gukesh is not that convincing yet. And I said, yes, but Gukesh is going to be much better in 6 months than he is now. However, when I envisioned how much better he would be in 6 months, it was much less than how good he actually is now. You see what I mean? Like, I thought that Gukesh would have hit like a 2800 level by now, which is a lot. But instead, he's like at we can't measure it right now. We don't know if he's at 2,900 or 3,000 or what, but he's at an incredible level right now. Clearly way better than I imagined he would be by this point. I thought we were still at least a full year away from any conversation about someone overtaking Magnus. But it's definitely time to talk about that. Although it'll all be speculation as long as Magnus doesn't play, serious classical events with Gukesh and Erigaisi, and Noterbeck. Which is fine. I've got nothing against Magnus doing whatever he wants to do, for sure. If Magnus prefers playing Rapid or Blitz, even as somebody who doesn't like Blitz, I think he should go play Blitz if that's what he's into, okay? Fisher Seb thinks the level of play he had at the candidates was much higher than everyone else. Okay. That's fair. I thought it was just a bit, but... Any pearls of wisdom for dealing with tilting? Purple Leopard, I've got a video about... I've got a single video which was designed to end all the ills of the chess world. Let me try and find it for you. It should help with tilt and other things. Here you go. I'm also working on... Where's my backpack? I have a whole bunch of little notebooks like this that I carry one around with me whenever I can, so that whenever I have some deep thoughts, I can sit down and write them. And I'm happy to have found this book, which I left in the US and wasn't sure where it was, and then when I was in France, I didn't have it with me. But in here, I'm writing a little thing which I envision as something that, like a 2-minute audio clip that people could listen to on repeat as they go to sleep. People who have problems with tilt. It's kind of like an ego buster kind of, I don't know, mantra / meditation / little verbal journey. So maybe now that I've refound this little book, maybe I'll finish this at some point soon and record it for you. And I'll send it to you. But hopefully that video will give you a first leg up, Purple Leopard. Math Nerd says, if Ali Reza didn't throw the equal endgame against him in one of the last rounds, I think somebody else were favorites over Gukesh. So, I mean, we're all entitled to have different opinions about games and tournaments and so forth, right? Of course. But I'll just give you my perspective, Math Nerd, not to tell you that you're wrong or necessarily argue about it. We don't have the game in front of us to analyze. My perspective was that was not an equal endgame. Ali Reza was under pressure from Gukesh for most of that game, serious pressure, and Gukesh played brilliantly. And sometimes the place where you outplay and beat somebody is an endgame that a computer would have been able to draw, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it was equal and somebody just blew it. To me, Ali Reza didn't blunder or blow it, right? I think that Gukesh played a great game that game. As far as Viral Stigma's point, that I'm forgetting how Fabi threw in the end, I'm not forgetting that. Fabi did kind of throw in the last round. I agree. But one of the other games that was the closest to being a throw, and this would probably be Fisher Seb's point, since Fisher Seb thinks that Gukesh had a great tournament, would be that Gukesh sort of blundered / threw his first game against Ali Reza, and that was a game that went all the way from like 98% he should have won it to actually he lost it. A full point swing. Very, very dramatic. So, again, to me, it was a very, very close tournament, and, Fabi could easily have tied him. But Gukesh played very well, and to me was, slightly the best player there during that tournament. And one thing that some people also said about Gukesh was that he was basically the only person who was never worse in any game. In addition to what Fisher Seb is saying, that he actually outplayed some people, he was basically never worse the whole tournament, right? Except for like a couple moves in a time scramble against Ali Reza where he suddenly got mated by an errant knight while flagging. Okay, let's see what's happening in our game. We had a rook trade and a pawn taken, get rid of the back rank mate, get checked, go after this pawn. So I think this knight c3 let the position get out of control, right? So king g6, defending this pawn. I think white has every chance to save the game now, folks. But I will leave you with the position for a second while I make a feeble attempt. I'm not going to make 15. I'm remembering my dinner very vividly right now. So Viral Stigma says knight h4 and draw. I agree. They should repeat positions without any more captures. Do it. No more captures. Give peace a chance. Why can't we just give peace a chance? There's nothing better than repeating. In any position, folks. Don't kill your opponent's pieces. That's right, Jake. I'm rooting for a draw. You can clip it and then give it as ammo to Jesse for the next time he wants to make a 10-move draw in the opening and have an excuse to present me. You know, funny thing, if the Black King tried to go forward, Black would lose so devastatingly. This is how I always lost my games. Something like, well, maybe I'll run forward and lose a couple pawns and try and keep playing. But then, you know, it's the whole rook. That's the thing about people, Jake, and the mighty. Everybody and the mighty. No matter how mighty you are, everybody falls eventually. Everybody falls. Great game. The highest level game on record, I think, between players of this rating. Arguably. Although we see some fantastic games in the dojo. We see game after game that just boggles the mind, you know, where you just can't understand how it relates to the rating system that I grew up with. Yeah, you do stuff like that too, Fisher Seb? I'm always going on adventures like King F4. Oh my god, all the time. I had some, and I did it even against players higher rated than me, you know? Like, one dramatic game, I don't know if you guys can find it. I have trouble finding my games, but some of you are whizzes. But I had a game in probably Foxwood's tournament against Jan Elvest. Positional queen sack. I'm killing him. and then like I blundered something, and his queen gets loose, right? She gets loose, and my king is wandering through the open board getting checked, and like he's got a perpetual, like a repetition. I have to go back and forth and take it. And I was just like, no! And I ran my king even further, like streaking across the board, like hanging like 3 million things, and lost the game. And it was as bad, basically. I mean, maybe slightly less bad, but it was pretty much this. It was more or less I did that. Only that it was against a much higher rated player, and it was starting with the fact that I had sacked a queen. So it's like, if you sack a queen and things go wrong, why would you think you can still win? You know what I mean? Like where's the line where you're like, maybe there's no way to press this disadvantage any further. But that was me. I was very, very optimistic and very, very confident. You know, when I played against players 200 points higher than me, I thought like they're about to get stomped universally, you know, for the first 10, 15 years I played chess. It took me a really long time to temper my optimism with realism. You know, I just thought like I'm an overwhelming favorite. Any equal endgame I get, they're dead. Even though like I didn't know how to play any endgames. You know, like any bad position, I just need one tempo and I'll counterattack and checkmate them. You know. Okay. Whew. Whew. Have they agreed to draw? No! JJTW shows the incredible optimism, plays for a win down a pawn. Ha ha! 4 minutes of thought. And they play the Pruess move, or the Fischer-Seb move. So, what's the idea? JJTW wants to check, sees that this king is really boxed in even though it's an endgame, wants to push the king into the corner, probably capture the f-pawn, and then keep pressing. There's also a weird checkmate pattern you can sometimes get. I'm just going to play random moves to show it. Okay, folks? Okay, the king can escape here on h5, but there is a weird checkmate pattern you can do with just a knight and a rook like this. And, you know, your king can't be on the third rank here because of the rook, but sometimes if your king were here covering g4, even if they come to h5, you can still have a mating pattern. So you can definitely play for an attack against the black king here after h5, and you could go with g5, or you could just take the pawn and keep playing the endgame. Jake loves doing this in casual blitz, but less in classical games. Yeah, well, that's the difference between you and me, Jake, I guess. I don't even love playing casual blitz. I just like overpressing in classical games. Oh, right, there's that pattern as well, Elise. Yeah, thank you. So you can also do a pattern where you go here, and then they do their stuff to you. You go here, they take your pawn, and you go here. And then you're setting up this checkmating pattern. Very, very difficult to get out of at a certain point once you get boxed in like this, right? Once your pawns are blockaded, your squares are weak, it's really tough to wriggle out of this thing. Really tough. There's probably only 7 different ways for black to avoid checkmate here, and they're very hard to find if it gets to that. h5, perfect move. White wants to play h5 and freeze you badly. You play h5 first yourself. You got to. Please play g5. Why couldn't you have taken a threefold repetition? Surely he's going to take on h5 and then on f7. Surely, like there's no way that something else isn't going to happen, right? He's going to take and then win a pawn. Oh, woe is me. At least he's thinking about it. Thank goodness for players who think. Is this not incredible that these players spent about 5 minutes on the opening, 5 to 10 minutes each, about 5 minutes each on the opening, 5 to 10 minutes on the middle game, and they're spending like 30 minutes each on the end game? Oh, takes. You dirty, dirty capturer. It's a good move. It's a good job, JJ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If there wasn't a pawn, rook h8 would be beautiful. Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, Fisher Sub, amazing. So look, here's what Fisher Sub is saying. Instead of taking on f7, you could go check. King's kind of boxed in. Here, check, here, and then knight d4. You see? Winning the rook. You can't mate the king in the endgame, but you can push him to a mined square if you didn't have the d pawn. Oh. How many have I done? I feel like I've done enough to count as my day's exercise. So good at streaming that I didn't update this info for an hour and a half. Black's thinking an awful long time here. There's like no move other than taking the pawn, is there? More moves on the board? Oh, king takes h5. That makes sense. Rook takes f7. Okay, so that's all accurate. And just in terms of the evaluation, I think pawns are equal now. Black's probably looking at king g6, coming back and defending this pawn. And we still have, potentially a really long and close endgame on our hands here. I think it's no longer clear who has the advantage now that material is equal. Maybe even a slight edge for white because the rook is so well placed. It's very active. Like king g6, rook e7. You guys can calculate that. If rook e7 gives white an advantage. Pruess down. Pruess down. I failed. Knight e2. Whew. That's an exciting move. Non-trivial from black. More complicated than king g6. I think king g6, rook e7 looks pretty scary for black, right? White's going to grab this thing. Although, then you have king f7 and the rook's trapped. You could go here. Go knight e4, check here, grab that pawn. Yeah, you can't really trap this rook. It's got a little too much room. So, in the game, knight e2. Clever idea, I think, is here. Now the knight's not well defended. So black can go check, here, check, here, and get their own repetition with the attack on the knight. Right? So that's the live position, right? 92. Okay. Good. I like it. I think black is the one fighting to hold on right now. Okay, Jake's saying that in this previous line, you could play knight e2 with the idea if the rook takes, you want to go rook takes f3. But rook takes is check, right? So the king's got to move, like maybe here, and the rook gets away. But knight f4 will be enough to draw, though, just with the attack on the knight, right? This is sound. Actually, there could be rook f3 here, maybe with knight d4. And if king takes, you've got knight d4. So this might be good as well. Of course, the rook has one other square on d6 or on e8. But in either case, knight f4 gets the draw. So that would be fine. Yeah, I saw rook f3, Fisher Seb. Okay, so black could survive rook e7 maybe with this knight e2 move. Maybe white would play knight g5 in answer to knight e2. But black does get the knight on f4, and probably it's enough to hold. It's such a strong piece. I think black should hold, yeah. The game continuation, though, not trivial, knight e2 instead, I think is also probably good enough to hold. And now we got rook e7 from white, so black's got their turn to take a repetition here. Knight f4, knight e2. We'll see if they want it or not. Would knight e4 followed by rook b2 maybe also create enough counterplay? Potentially, Math Nerd, yeah. It might be enough to draw as well. There's limited material on the board, so if you can trade off like two of white's pawns, then you can draw most endgames down one pawn. So, yeah, it's definitely... You would definitely be optimistic about your chances of saving this as black, but, you know, it's still work. You gotta find some good moves. Oh, I can hardly raise my arms over my head now. What's happening tomorrow morning, folks? Announce it for me in chat. What's happening tomorrow morning? Well, morning time for me. I don't know what time zone each of you is in. Accidental rhabdo. That's something like your muscles dissolve into your bloodstream, right? Symptoms include muscle pains, which I have. Weakness, no, I'm okay. Vomiting, nope, didn't vomit. Could feel it, but didn't vomit. Confusion. All right. You guys tell me if I'm confused. That's it, Doses Dose. Endgame sparring. Would eating a cookie and drink water help me prevent rhabdo, Fisher Seb, or would it accelerate rhabdo? You're going to confuse me yourself. Knight f4 played. King g3, knight e2. I just feel these players played so well, I'm still rooting for a draw. Even though I've given up on the burpees. I just feel like it's the fair result. It was such a great game. There's no way either of these players deserve to lose. Not in a million years. Drinking a normal amount of water. Okay, it's a hot day. I drink a little extra today. Fight, fight, fight. But the people celebrate the draw. That was a worthy draw. GG. GG. Absolutely hats off. Bravo. What a battle. What a battle. Fantastic. Here's a bonkers game. Yeah, it's 2200 versus 1200 actually. Neforolian getting very bold joining this over 1600 arena here. Gets paired with the brutal Smyslov's protege. Okay, so we're gonna look for Birnbaum versus Rolange. Detlev. Birnbaum versus Elliot or Eloi? I know an Eloi Rolange. Elliot. No, Eloi Rolange. Okay. Is this the right game, Viral Stigma? I can't show Lee Chess on stream for very long, but do you see enough of this board to tell me if I got the right game or not? I got the right game? Okay. I'll look at it later on my own. On my own time, of which there's not very much. Whoa! That king has been through some things. Wow, craziness. Absolutely mad. This position. What's black planning here? Rook d2, I suspect? No. Huh, I thought black was thinking of rook d2, lock the queen out, pin the pawn so the bishop can't go, prepare maybe an attack with queen d4 at some point. G3. Nice move. Knight's not looking too hot. Gotta hop, Mr. Not Hot. I was calculating that exact move, math nerd, so I'm ideally qualified to answer your question. If black plays f5, it appears white could take the piece, and in answer to any check in this direction, play e3. Potentially, black could still win, though, with the move rook d2, trying to block out the white queen and play queen e3 mate. And there, I don't really see a defense for white to queen e3. Actually, this might be even more elegant. Oh! Oh! Ah! Well, I don't know. Maybe it's more elegant to just, like, freeze a piece in like this. Oh, now I feel suddenly a little confused. Or lightheaded or something. I guess f5 is a move, math nerd. I was thinking not quite, but... Oof. Oof. Here's something nice. King here. if you go check king g1 and your queen's tempoed. So here again, you have to go rook d1, forcing the queen to take. Then you check. You've got risk control, so they just have to go back and forth and let you get in like that. That's really nice. Rook d1 here. I gotta say, that's a nice move. I'm exhausted, so we're just gonna stare at that move for a minute. I know they're playing other moves. Okay, so let's get back to the game. G3. F5! King there, knight G6. Now, according to what we've calculated, black could take on G4 and leave the knight here one more move, right? Okay. Well, this is pretty clinical as well. The king's, freezing in the rook's freezing in the queen, and black just wants to open one more rook into the party. There's not really anything to do for white here. Just fun times for black. There's the checkmate for the protege. Okay. Let's check another one. Another pawn on f3. Another unusual structure. Bishop f5 from black. White attacks the knight. I would think rook takes a2. Black spent 30 seconds on this. I guess it's sound. Where is black's a pawn is a good question. Look at this. It was just moments ago that this pawn was taken. So the knight came here. She retreated. That was too bold. White is going to get hurt. They've got the weird Fisher Random style pieces on the king side and the king over on the queen side with no flight squares. Knight b3 and rook a2 or a1 are coming. You kind of have to take the knight, and then after this move, this is hanging as well as this. So there's no good way to counter all this. Yeah, queen a5 must have been a blunder, math nerd, unless we're missing a defense for white here. I don't think white had that much of an attack viral stigma. Look at this piece that can't go anywhere. The rook that's blocked in by it. There's like, these pieces are not that effective on the king side, and the pawn structure is locked. So white didn't really have an attack here. Well, that's a good suggestion, Mathner. b3. That stops rook a2 and knight b3. I'll be honest, I'm not pumped that I didn't see that move. Neither of them moved their e-pawns this game, yeah? Neither Bread nor the Cyclop. It's over for me. I didn't see knight d3 either. Nice move, Viral Stigma, avoiding mate in 1. Against knight d3, maybe there's this move. And if your knight takes, maybe you're weirdly still in a mating net. So you'd have to give the queen. You've got enough pieces to give the queen. The game goes on. Rook, knight, and bishop against queen and pawn, with the king kind of exposed. Not clear who's better. Another idea would be just bring more pieces towards that side of the board. My instinct would be that black is better. Yeah, that's my instinct. Fischer said prefers queen b4 somehow. So if black takes on b2, we're going to give the queen and have a lot of pieces. And on rook a1, just run. I'm eyeing other openings, awesome. I've been eyeing them for a while, you know. I don't play any other openings well, but yeah, I have to consider them. Okay, Fischer Seb points out a refutation. Pawn takes pawn check. D1's hanging, queen's hanging, king's hanging. So queen b4 doesn't quite work. Whereas the bread continues to ponder. Yeah, grabbing that A pawn is looking way too bold. Way too bold. I think it's a pretty good opening, Fischer Seb. Strategically complicated. I played it for the first time once in the Sitges tournament. Got kind of a recognizable Queen's Gambit game out of it. But it definitely has a lot of lines that are a little positionally complicated for me. You know, some situations where it's hard for me to evaluate the bishop versus knight or knight versus bishop kind of imbalance. Also, from everything that I've seen or heard from stronger players than me, I think it's a top tier opening, like objectively, you know, computer level or whatever. Knight d3, very good. Yeah, so I think it's top tier, you know, fully sound kind of opening. Dabo, you have nothing to redeem yourself for. Win or lose a particular game, you're still a great person and a strong chess player. So there's nothing about redeeming. If you want to play more, enjoy. But you are not in need of redemption. This cookie is from Trader Joe's, P. Morphy. Dark chocolate chunk and almond. It's decent for something that came in a box with, you know, 50 similar things. I mostly agree with you, Viral Signal, that Queen A8 should be the move and it should be good for black. And Cyclops has just played it, so they agree with us as well. Bringing more pieces, right? The 3 pieces on the king side are going to be so slow to do anything. The black's doesn't need to play with much urgency. You know, bring the queen to the A file, lift her to A4 or A6. Bring the F8 rook to the A file, and then you just have too many heavy pieces and you win. Yeah, there's a direct threat right now. I like just bringing all the pieces over, but there's a direct threat. Rook A1, King C2, Queen A4, which mates in like 2 moves, so, or in 1 more move from there. So, yeah, white's hard pressed to play 1 more move that doesn't allow checkmate. Maybe Queen B4. Hey, Scotty. Woot woot indeed. Well, we're kind of down to one move for white here, queen b4. We could try and analyze what black could do about it if white goes for it. There's an option to trade this, bring her down, and then try to bring more pieces. But it's not super clean, because white will play bishop g2 in a moment and then swing the rook over to cover some squares. Okay, you want to see just taking the queen here. So like bishop d3. Are we expecting rook d3 perhaps? Takes, 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 takes. Okay. And when you see this position, what's your thought? I'm thinking queen a4. We need to bring the rook to a8 because the knight and queen are a great combo, but this knight's not getting anywhere fast. So I think here, that way against rook a3, you've got queen c4. And against any random move, you want to play rook a8. Try and set up some mates again. If white plays something like this and then brings the rook over, could that stop mating attacks? Probably not. It just doesn't look believable. So maybe white needs to prevent rook a8. And then, how do we improve any white piece here? If the bishop comes out, queen e2. The knight can't move, the rook can't move. It feels weird that the move queen c4 would leave you in sort of full-on Song/resignation mode, but yeah, I don't see a move for white here. Rook c3. Yeah, Where's the Bread always uses their time on their games. Or at least every game I've seen of theirs. I'm sure everyone has exceptions, but from what I've seen, always using their time. We can't play queen c2 here. Viral stigma. Stigma, it'll hang our queen. Oh, queen d1 instead of taking this. Or just keep coming back here and then slip in here to avoid the piece. Rook d3, however. Can she fight her way through the bowels of white's position? Just ridiculous that the white's pieces are that badly coordinated. Just absolutely ridiculous. Normally this should be a way to self-trap the queen, but looks like she has g3. And this stupid piece that can't move is just the most awkward thing in the world. Yeah, it was a good idea, Stigma. You seem to have kept them in that prison. Okay, that's pretty believable for black. Let's check what they did, because a move has been played. After queen a8, queen b4 was played. Bravo, Alex. All respect to those who fight a long time. I've already failed, Alex, yeah. I've already failed on the burpees. I tried. I don't even know how many I did. I don't think anyone in chat even kept track. It was enough that I'm still reeling like 20 or 30 minutes later, I think. I'm a little dizzy from it. Or I'm dizzy from my kid having been up during my baby having kept me up last night. It could just be my normal Friday night fatigue. Chat says over 100, suggesting that they were not able to keep track. The worst workout ever is as many burpees as possible in 7 minutes. Well, it was over the course of a classical game. It was spread out over an hour and a half probably. So it wasn't a 7-minute frenzy. But why is 7 minutes the worst ever? At least it's over pretty quickly, right? Like you do a bunch and then you just lie on the ground and recover. Worst in the sense that it's useless, maybe? Oh. I need like a pure shot of sleep, you know? I wonder if one day they'll create a medicine where you could like take it and it's like you slept. It feels like forever? Wow. I never understood the point of a burpee. I've done them before. But I never understood, like, what's the point of adding, like, a stupid little hop to a push-up? Like, the push-up's already difficult for me because I don't have that much, like, arm strength, I guess. Like, doing all the push-ups is difficult. But I'm like, what's the point of the little hop? That's just letting my arms rest in between push-ups. So the way I do it, I like to sort of, like, hop to and from the push-up position. Like, I like to hop my feet to and from my hands. So I'm doing, like, a little, you know, on the floor hop kind of thing. So when I go down, I hop my feet back. And then after I've done my push-up, I hop my feet up to my hands. It's just to stretch your body, huh? Okay. The hop in the plank is the way. Okay, yeah. That's what I do. I find it fun. It feels kind of fun to do a funny little hop. I like bunnies, what can I say? I've never seen CrossFit, so I'm not sure what the step up in the plank thing is, but is there anything else Black can do? Viral Stigma asks. Sure. You can play Rook A4. You can play Queen A6, preparing Rook A8 and Rook A4. You don't like this one. Then white runs. But now they're not going to get your bishop. All right, so now they're forced to do this. This. The queen looks pretty much trapped. I'm looking at queen e1. Of course, I'm not very good right now. You guys might be seeing more than me. I'm not seeing a lot of moves for white here. Gotcha, Fisher Seb. Backflip burpees? I don't know what those are. Okay, no one's suggesting another square for the queen. And then I'll do this. And now, like, the king's running days are over, right? But In good news, he's set up for a Fisher random game next game, right? Oh, I was just joking, resetting the back rank, but that was actually a move that avoided instant mate. That was an accident. But White's pieces are so tangled up that look at this. It's a checkmate even when he gets to all his pieces. This is... Oh, the training's going well, Chess Pawn. These people are fighting. I had mate with Queen E3 instead of this thing. Queen E3? How can I play Queen E3 when the king's on that square? I'm lost. Queen E4? And Queen sack? Queen A3. Oh, yeah, that's simpler. Fair enough, Fisher said. Fair enough. That's quite a bit simpler, yeah. But what a beautiful picture over here. He makes it to his pieces, and we really get the full Fisher random effect. Right? You're really left wondering about the starting position that they're playing. Hilarious. So that's vicious. So I think Viral Stigma, that's enough to say that the move Queen A6 is a candidate move. Props to Cyclops on thinking about the move here for a while. I mean, taking on D3 and B2 might be the best option. It certainly looked reasonably good, the line that we looked at with Bishop D3 and takes on B2. But just to say, are there other candidate moves? Yeah, I would think yes. I would think yes. Queen A6 could definitely be a move. For all I know, Rook D8 could be a move, right? Look at that. You can't see that move and say, oh, obviously losing, right? You see that move and you think, uh-oh. Somebody called, Mikhail Tal in, right? Just cutting off everything White can do. King can't run because you take on D3 and B2. It's like not that mysterious a rook move because we see those pawns are going to trade at some point. Jesus. This move looks good. That looks like a winning move. There may be others, but come on. That has all the looks of a winning move, no? I played that move once before in a game, I think. Somewhere in my blog. Oh, but I'm not going to find it quickly. Man, it's like a companion game to this Rook D8 move. Where was it? Pruess, Bogner, Beal, right? Okay, let's go to round 2. think this is the right tournament. Let them eat cake. Play with. No, no round 3? Playing yourself into shape. Not found. One of my blogs got deleted, I guess. Annoying. Okay. 2012. Beal Masters. Pruess Bogner. Beal. Okay, so you're missing the H file. That's all I got to do to show you this mirrored move. Okay, so here's the position, right? It's an open Sicilian. F6. So in this position, you know, it's natural to look at moves like knight takes g5, right? Because black's king and white's development. That's like the basic move. Knight takes g5, you can calculate. Also, e takes f6 first, right? To open more lines, and then knight takes g5. Or throw in bishop g6 check first. But here I felt like tall. I played this move. Yeah. I felt real good when I found that. Very, very cocky. And I don't know if I've analyzed this ever in sufficient detail to say for sure that I was right about this, but I think I was right about this move. It's just, yeah, it just cuts the king off, develops that one more piece, and black has no move to stop with the future savagery. So then he played here, developing a piece, but I haven't yet sacked a piece, right? So he can't yet go into specific defensive maneuver. So the best he can do is to also develop a piece, and then we do this, and you can see fg5, bishop g6, king e7, rook f7 with a windmill. So knight e5, queen f4. If pawn takes knight, I have bishop g6 check, which is completely winning, or maybe queen e5, bishop g6 if I want another cheeky windmill with a queen sack. So it takes this piece here, sacks that piece, and come in. And if black castles to escape the attack, I have rook g3. So black's dead. So that's what this reminds me of here, right? Like you can strike, you can trade on b2, d3 and b2. You could go queen a6, going rook a4, or you can just play rook d8. Very similar to this d5 move. Or you can just play rook d8, preparing to take or push, and just say, like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Unfortunately, I'm not Alex, I once lost really, really brutally in my pet line with white against Suat Atalik in a King's Gambit. He prepared some really nice line and crushed me brutally. And I also lost a King's Gambit in another pet line against Robert Hess long ago in the New England Masters. And I don't know. But I have a very, very good score in the King's Gambit accepted. That's for sure. Also, King's Gambit declined. I mean, declining hasn't helped people that much. I've got a very, very good score overall with it. I'm sure I have a very high performance rating with the King's Gambit, even though from a certain perspective it seemed like I had to give it up and it shouldn't work out and it was holding me back. Okay, so D5, 11 and a half minutes thought from Cyclop. And I don't think I have Tree Hug. If I have, I don't remember it, which can happen when you're at my age and you've played as many games as I've played. Okay, so white trying to cover up with Rook D2, but that also gives up the first rank. Now black can play Rook A1 check and your king just has to sit on C2, right? And yeah. So crushing also Rook A4 to C4. White wants to do this, huh? Oh, I'm going to show that in a second. Viral stigma. What PGN do you want, Alex? But let me first just say, in the position on the board, viral stigma, I think there's a simple win for black. Check here, Rook A4 hitting the queen, and she goes to B6 or B3. Basically, you can see she's sort of out of moves. And then you just play pawn takes C4. And it's a massacre. Actually, Rook C4 is also a massacre. It's the massacre period. Yeah. Yeah. Es un massacre. King's Gambit as white, Elise. Although I think I'm 1-0 with black against the King's Gambit, so that doesn't hurt my performance rating or win percentage with the opening. Takes has been played. Not an obvious move? Very unobvious. Also sort of intriguing is this move, threatening queen b1 and pawn takes pawn. Looks winning. The game I played as black against the King's Gambit, I was very unhappy with my previous round's game, and I was paired against a lower rated player, and I was more competitive back then. I was desperately wanting a win, really unhappy about the game I'd played that day, and I saw that my opponent played the King's Gambit, and I felt dirty, but I unleashed absolutely brutal refutation of it and then tried to hide the score sheets so that no one would play like that against me. But it was like a line that I was scared to play against as white, and I unleashed it because I was so desperate for a point. Those were not the days. The desperate, point-hungry young monkey that I was. Oh, you want me to give like a repertoire PGN, Alex? I see. You want me to put up a little sort of course, a guide for playing the King's Gambit for folks who want to. Yeah. Fair. I thought you were asking for the PGN of one of the games we were discussing. I have never paid someone to hide a prep. No. Yeah, Alex, that's something I should do at some point, but we've got an insane number of projects going on the dojo right now. I don't know if people are all aware of everything that's going on, but we just released basically a database feature, right? Where you can store your own games in different files. You can make folders of opening analysis, and then we released an engine that you can use to work on your opening analyses as well. So you can organize all your own chess openings on the cloud on the Dojo website. We're working on revamping our endgame and tactics tests into individual problems because chumps found it too trying to do several problems in a row, and so people weren't taking the endgame and tactics tests very much. And Kostya and Jesse voted to try and make things easier on y'all chumps. I got outvoted, which I'm slightly bitter about, but right now I'm just being funny about it. I'm not feeling bitter at the moment. It's no big deal. Like, getting outvoted is an important part of running the dojo. And so we're revamping the tests into one problem at a time, baby bites, and we have a lot of work to do actually still on specking out on editing some things about how the files work and the games work and when games are published or invisible, because now we've got opening analyses, which by default people are going to want to keep private, and games, which by default we would want to be public, but we don't want people uploading tons of games that aren't their games and flooding the database with those. We want it to be a database of games that people actually played. But now there's all kinds of games coming in. Like, for example, I use ChessDojo now. I'm starting to create my opening files, and the way mine look is like, for example, if you go to a folder, like I want to have opening analysis and then I want to have model games in the same folder. And we don't want all that stuff by default going into the database of Dojo games, right? When somebody's browsing games. Well, here you see some games that are actually played by me, so it's not like a problem, but oh yeah, I guess these were all played by me right now. But like when I put in games of like Anands and Karyakins that I want to refer to as good model games for refreshing my memory on like how to play a line, we don't want those going into the Dojo database. So we're having to like rethink and carefully check the architecture of those products or features, if that makes sense, right? And we're also wanting to build a special Dojo opening trainer. And we need to make more problems and puzzles. And I'm working on a king and pawn endgame, like 10-part test that would be split into several pieces, but that would basically test somebody from 0 to 2800 in king and pawn endings. So there's like so many projects. So that's adding new opening repertoires is definitely on our content roadmap, but it's not going to be in 2024. I don't think we have our hands full to try and release everything we want by January 2025. It's very ambitious time frame in terms of us speccing everything out, and then Jack and Noob Master and Bestie coding it all, getting it all up and spiffy. So it's very, very, very tons and tons of work that we have to do right now that takes us away from just pure content, of like making repertoires or streaming for 8 hours and that sort of stuff. The tactics test blew your mind, Alex. Yeah. I believe it. They're definitely difficult. But they're supposed to be, you know, like, I mean, this is my perspective. Obviously, I've already been outvoted even by the senseis. So what I'm going to say is going to be way too strict for anybody around here. Bishop e6 was the point. Odd approach from Cyclop, but probably a winning approach because the position's that good. My point with the test is we want to do the opposite of the chess.com tactics trainer or other online tactics trainers where it gives you a rating of like 3,700, right? The key is we want to give you a really useful assessment. And getting told that you're 3,700 and getting everything right is a real feels-good moment. But we want to be able to accurately tell somebody who's 1,300, like, are your tactics currently at a 1,300 level or at an 1,100 level or a 1,500 level? So they know whether they should do more tactics or more endgames, for example, right? That's what we want to do. So, you know, that's my rationale. I want to be able to do the opposite of just making you feel good. I want to give you a really accurate assessment by having you do something hard. And yeah, that's not going to be super fun for some people, but it's going to be super useful. Yeah. Now that said, I think Jesse's tests were a bit on the difficult side. Some of the tests Jesse made. You know, like there might be a test that's marked as 1,000 to 1,500 range that Kostya or I might have thought was more like 1,200 to 1,600 or 1,700 range. So I think his tests were a little bit on the hard side, but that should still providing a more reasonable assessment because you then eventually get rated based on how other people do on that test. So if it takes a 1,600 to score 60% on the test and you scored 50% on the test, you'll get like a 1,500 rating. You know, you won't get a bad rating. Me too, Chesspawn. I know people 1,000 points lower rated than me OTB who are 1,000 points higher rated than me on online puzzles, you know? And it's like, yeah. I mean, it's fun. They feel great, right? People love to smash a million puzzle rushes. Puzzle Rush was one of like a very few products in the last 5 to 10 years that gave chess.com like a real boost, you know? Like chess.com has had like a boost from just chess growing, from some events that they run, from adding Chessable, from social media strategies, maybe even outreach through Twitch and YouTube and growing the number of people who are interested in chess who actually are like, oh yeah, I could actually play again. You know, the people who think like, I was interested in chess, but I'm not that good. And then you convince them like, actually you can play. It's all right. You know, obviously, you know, confinement from COVID and Queen's Gambit, all these things increased chess.com's business. But of new products in the last 10 years, Puzzle Rush, I think, was one of the most notable bumps or boosts to chess.com's business. And that's because, you know, it like feels good, right? You just bash some things out and it's kind of, to me, almost like the opposite of chess, right? Like, it's not very reflective. You play the first tactical looking move even if you haven't calculated the consequences, I think. Oh, is that right, Fisher Seb? Chess Tempo has their ratings pretty close. Is it a correlation like your rating is twice your real rating, or is it a correlation like your rating is really close to your actual rating? You know what I mean? Is it related or is it close? Like when you look at your puzzle rating, it gives you a sense of where you really are without any conversion. Okay, white must have moved the queen, and it's not updating for me yet. Sorry, chess pawn. There we go. Queen e4. Very close to actual ratings. Okay, well that's great. Maybe I should look into how they do it. And the puzzles force you to calculate variations. Do you have to put in the defensive moves, or how do they check whether or not you've calculated variations? Do you have to put in the defenses yourself? Or does it test you on more than one continuation? Like, does it give you one defense, and then when you finish beating it, it gives you the next defense? Good night, Alex. Congratulations on your first win. The longer and the harder it is to gain it, the more valuable and delicious it must taste, right? So I'm sure I don't even need to wish you a good night. You had a good night. We'll see you next time. Yeah, I'm not sure how black intends to break through here. I mean, maybe bring the knight, maybe bring the rook, but they have yet to end white's business, so to speak. I mean, rook d8 looks instinctively pretty good to me here. Oh, b3 is open. Yeah, I assumed the queen would have moved to b4 or something. So I had assumed that there would not be this move, but there is this move. Yeah, that's a good idea. I see. So their problems are just a little bit harder and less obvious, I guess you're saying. Bishop e3 looks pretty hard to survive, yeah, from Steve Nash. Suggestion. You can't move the king to block with the knight because that square's taken already. Bishop b3, just cutting. I guess I had so assumed queen b4 when knight d5 would have probably been a decent move. That I totally just didn't think this was ever going to happen. Rook c2 might be forced there. Potentially, yeah. Technically, rook c2 avoids any instant checkmates. I'd be tempted in this kind of a position to try and cut the king off, right? But there is queen b4. And, I don't see the next move from black's perspective. Maybe, no, there's no queen a4 because you'll just walk straight into the trade, yeah. Maybe knight d5. I'm just developing the piece. Plus, my idea is to play queen a5 and not let white block on b4. Okay, and Fisher Sub wonders if you can just force the king here blocking this piece and then come here looking for mate. So there's the idea of mate or mate, more or less. If rook d1, something like this. Might be checkmate. Certainly, it doesn't look very good for white, this position here. pretty good option from Fischer Seb here. I don't see any move White can play. Queen takes e6 is the best move I've found so far. Yeah, great continuation, Fischer Seb. Okay, so Cyclop to move and find it. Against Queen b4, Black should be able to checkmate on b1. Because they can mate from either side. It's really... yeah. You can only survive so many mate in one threats at a time with this tangle of pieces from White. Yeah. Murderous. Yeah, rook a1 is killing here. And the bishop b3 move is pretty good too. Less obviously killing, but presumably killing. What time is it? 10:30? 10:30. Red flag warning for Berkeley, sure. Oh, Alex, I was giving excuses for not providing more opening repertoires. Two more excuses. Number one, I'm not very good at... I don't have much of an opening repertoire myself. And number two, right now I'm writing a mission statement and business plan for Chess Dojo. That's another activity, right? Yeah. Writing a business plan. Yes, Fischer Seb says threatening two different mates at once is lethal 99% of the time. Here you'd be threatening 3 checkmates. No move yet. I'm just checking. Bishop b3 was played. This game. Grab some sparring positions for tomorrow. Black 1, game abandoned? Huh. Everything is done and dusted. So they say. All right, let me look for the next game. Rook A1, Dabo. Yeah, it was black to move, and as far as we could tell, Rook A1 was leading to mate very soon. Anticlimactic. Yeah. Would have been nice. Would have been nice to see the checkmate. All right, folks, check this out. Equal material, 30 seconds left and a minute left in a classical game with 30-second increment. They're going down to the end here. Probably means white disconnected. Yeah, as Fisher Sub says, white probably disconnected, perhaps accidentally. Probably didn't change the result of that game, but one never knows. Oh my goodness. Make a move. Make a move, Gil. Yeah. Good work. Good work, Gil. Okay. Anything wrong with king c6? You have to watch out for knight e7 check. But king c6, knight e7, you could take the rook, they take your rook, you take their knight. So king c6 is playable. You also have to worry about rook d6, but I think king c7, keeping the attack on, is good enough. Gil played that last move with 3 seconds. Alyssa now under 1 minute as well. Whew. White is a bit better. You're correct, Viral Stigma. Or, I don't know if you're correct. You have the same opinion as me, Viral Stigma. The A-pawn looks a bit dangerous. King c5 played, staying out of the way of the forks. But I think king c6 may have been strong. But maybe that's not what white needs to win, is going after, you know, the c-pawn and the rook and getting into tactics. Maybe just get out of the way and get some more moves with the a-pawn. Right now, the c-pawn's keeping black from stopping the a-pawn. So, all right, black goes on the counterattack. And now, since the king's not on c6 but c5, he's closer to defending his pawns. So you could take this with check and then play like b4 or something, maybe. Yeah, Fisher Seb, similar point, saying king on c6 might have dropped this pawn here. Oops, I typed one thing wrong here on this. Okay, how's our action? B4 to save the pawn. That's what I was talking about. Check and then saving the pawn. Absolutely. Knight E7, bringing the knight in range to defend. This king doesn't have a lot of squares. Notice all this covered by the pawn and knight. Got to be careful. This rook needs to move because the knight's tied to it. So these pieces need to reorganize. Rook H7, rook here, or rook F. No rook F8, king F8. Okay. White gets frisky with the B pawn. This is very risky. This construction is sketchy. Maybe rook F6 was another good move, last move. Controlling this rank here nicely. With rook H7, you have to calculate how you untangle against rook H3. Ooh, king does not have a lot of places to go. Oh, wants to drive the king here to then go this, attacking the knight. You save it, and then this. Boom. Boom. So, very tricky move here, rook C3. White has 20 seconds. Had 20 seconds, now like 10. Plays king B4. I think the correct direction, you know, and that relegates the king to this almost mating net on A5, but I guess the king will be safe in there. That was a devilish trap, though, that rook H3 idea. That's why I said the rook needed to extricate last move. Last move. The endgame's probably a draw, even if black wins the knight, math nerd, but it's certainly a trap. Yeah, it's a draw because the white king just goes to C6, king D8, B6. Yeah, knight D5 followed by rook C4 is quite scary here. I guess whenever you play knight B6, Fisher said white can play rook C7. And they're okay. That relieves the mating net. We'll see. We'll see if that comes up and becomes relevant. Knight B6 played first, threatening rook C4. So already here, it's not forced yet, but you can see the idea of rook C7. Rook C7, king B6. White should never lose if that's an option. Can he even potentially try to win that with those two passed pawns? I don't know. Here, white could also play king A6, knight A4, king B7, but that'll be very drawish if any more pawns come off the board. The position will become very drawish. So if white wants to win, it's got to be a move like rook F6 or rook C7. Or rook F4, maybe? Yeah, rook F4 is another clear candidate move. Makes it hard for black to set up their mating net. 10 seconds left for Alyssa. Ah! Okay, played one of our candidate moves. Hey, Oscar Chess, even better. We're doing endgame. Well, I don't know about even better. It's a special week tomorrow. We're trying to do something every week at this time. But after several weeks of consistent rapid tournaments, we're doing a sparring tournament tomorrow. The point of which is to start working on a dojo feature, which is we want to be able to assign people endgame ratings to compare with their tactics ratings. And yeah. Now after rook c4, it looks like white can't win, right? I think Viral Stigma that rook f4 was playable as well. It is getting tied down to defending, but you've got time to bring the knight across. Your pawn's defended. You're sort of threatening king a6 followed by a5, so they might have to go here, and then everything's tied down and you bring your knight towards the situation. Maybe you can do something. I don't know for sure that it doesn't win, but this move for sure doesn't win this rook f6, right? Because compared to rook takes c7, white's going to lose the a pawn and just not have enough material to win here. You can always trade the rook for the pawn.
Oh, yeah. You don't need to be in the program to play. For sure, Oscar. Everyone's welcome to play. But our extra interest in the event is we're trying to, work on our concept for how to calculate endgame ratings for people. That's kind of an exciting bonus, It's like you're part of a scientific experiment as you play. Knight heads over there. Okay, the players agree to a draw. Another beautiful battle. Would I encourage black to push for the win in rook versus knight? Mildly, as long as the knight's cut off, I would normally try and play a few more moves, something like this. Just test white. But, if they just keep pushing the b pawn, there's no point trying to trap the knight, right? It's just to see, like, do they freak out, Does the knight start struggling against its fate? What you need is for them to, maybe, like, blunder the b pawn and still leave the knight cut off. And you need them to sort of freak out, If they come here... I guess you can't come join your king yet. Yeah, so that's kind of what you need. You need them to sort of freak out. You put your rook in good relation to the knight, kind of freeze it, see if they lose their mind versus just playing b6. You could play another 2 or 3 moves, but I mean, if my student agreed to a draw like these two players did, yeah, I wouldn't give them much flack for that. It's getting pretty close to a draw. I mean, I do think there's no harm in just playing out a couple more moves in general until the game ends with one of the ways that the game can end, like no mating material or 3-time repetition or something. I don't really see the point of draw offers. If the position's so obviously drawn, then you can play your moves quickly. So, yeah. But, I mean, I understand eventually, people have a certain amount of experience. They don't need to go through the same motions that they've gone through 20 times before, maybe. Hey, Clock Goblin, how are you today? Deep breathing.
Oh, you're Gil Johnson, so you just played you just played that epic game down to the last seconds with Alyssa. Nice. That doesn't surprise me, Fisher Seb. I've noticed that even though you're a wonderfully nice person 99.999% of the time, or even 100% of the time, you do get mad about chess stuff sometimes, and you lose some control of yourself in the anger. So I can see you playing that rook versus rook. I once played rook versus rook with f2 g3 h4 against f7 g6 h5 out against a grandmaster. Just kept playing some moves till we repeated, and they were just sitting there laughing. It was it was somebody who knew me very well, so he thought it was hilarious that I was still moving pieces around instead of offering a draw as any normal person might do from his perspective. I mean, I didn't try to do anything to win. There's nothing you can do when the pawns are f7, g6, h5, right? And my king's on g2 and theirs is on g7, and I mean, I was just making moves till the game ends. You know, I was playing my moves instantly. I wasn't wasting. You know, it took like 20 seconds, but they spent those 20 seconds laughing out loud in the tournament hall. Maybe it took 40 seconds. It was reasonably quick. Yeah, we actually only saw the end of it, Clock Goblin. But yeah, you had a long game there. I'm sure there was a lot of exciting stuff. We basically just covered the final phase where you were both running out of time around here. And you know, it was mildly stressful to see your clocks ticking down under 10 seconds repeatedly. But I mean, the position was still interesting too. So this is all we kind of saw. Should a student play out a drawn rook and pawn versus rook endgame, or is it unsportsmanlike? So Math Nerd, just the act of playing out any game, I think on its own is not unsportsmanlike. It's just sort of what the rules call for, is playing moves, right? If you've got something really stupid for the level of you and your opponent and you spend a ton of time on it, it might be mildly unsportsmanlike, or just something that uses up your time and their time that could have been better spent on a post-mortem. So if you play out the Philidor position for an hour against me, for example, and then you ask for a post-mortem, I'll say, I gotta go eat. You know, I'm playing in a tournament. There's more games to play. You know, you chose to sit here staring at the Philidor for an hour. Ideally, I wouldn't say it in like a nasty way, right? Like, hopefully I could say it in like a fairly neutral way, but that would be like the choice that I would probably make at that point. So up to other people to, you know, judge what they think of that use of time. But I mean, to some extent, you're always allowed to play moves. And sort of codes of conduct are have a little room for different opinions, right? And subjectivity. Good question, Boondock Striker. Let me find that for you.
Which of these emails has the exact schedule? Maybe in this. Hang on a sec. Yeah, here's the schedule. Okay, so we're playing on October 10th. So next Thursday at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. That's our first match. Then we'll see. We have to win it to get a second match. So next Thursday at noon. Actually, let me put it on my calendar so that nothing else gets scheduled then, right? Noon on Thursday. All right. My calendar's updated. I should also put it on the Dojo calendar at some point here. We're playing Pepe Cuenca and David Martinez, maybe? Definitely Pepe Cuenca. Did I get his partner's name correct? Maybe. Shadow Legion, how are you? Yeah, David Martinez. Okay, all correct. What rating am I? In Puzzle Rush or FIDE? Wow, our 900 strikes again. Mushin wins the queen to the bishop and knight combo. In FIDE, I'm 23-30, I think, ish. 23-30. Let me check the other section. There are currently no games live in the under 1600, so I'll switch over to the 1600 plus and see if there's a game going on there to watch. Yeah, we got another fabulous end game. Love to see Clock Goblin with that post-game buzz. That's lovely. It's such a great feeling. I hadn't played for real for so long, and then I played those classical tournament in Sitges after that long layover, and again I played in May, but I would come out of those games in Sitges and I would just feel so good, win, lose, or draw. So good that I was like, man, I wish other people knew how good this feels. You know, like my partner, she doesn't play chess, and I thought, that's really sad that she'll never get to feel this. It's like the greatest feeling in the world when you come out of a game where, you know, you were just so focused and working so perfectly, you know, so hard but not too hard, you know, just like the right intensity so you can go the 4, 5, 6 hours, right? Like pretty high intensity. Oh, it's so good. So good. All right, which of these positions am I grabbing for tomorrow?
I don't have any set up right now. Unfortunately, no name. I'm waiting for my next opportunity at the moment. These players have a good chunk of time here to play the end game. Small Beak has used an hour, has half an hour left. Kuru has used half an hour, has an hour left. Looks like, yeah, the low-rated player is up a clean pawn, and in a night ending, center pawns give you some nice space to try and boss the opponent around. It looks very promising for black. Like, yeah, huge winning chances. G4 aimed against F5, which is the move I would have played for black if it were suddenly black's move instead of white's. So I think Kuru correctly anticipated what black might want to do here. That said, I would probably still play F5 in response to G4. Chess makes a great subject in school. It's really, really a good thing. All the indoctrination garbage they promote. Sounds like you've been indoctrinated, Viral Stigma. Did you know that most teachers try and let students form their own minds rather than indoctrinating them? Do you know that indoctrination is extremely rare in schools? The general credo of a teacher is to let students figure things out on their own. It's not rare in Canada? Are you a teacher or a student in a school? Well, yeah, Fisher Seb, I can't vouch for every teacher's. I can't vouch for every single teacher. Sometimes they feel like there's some piece of knowledge they just got to get through to somebody. But for the most part, you know, you try to be a guide rather than a programmer. And then it's very interesting to see what emerges as the kids piece the world together for themselves. You know. Okay, Viral Stigma, that's firsthand experience. I'm not gonna try and beat you down with my own personal experience from a school here in California. But you know, my experience, I love teachers. I spend a lot of time with teachers, and I find that 90% of teachers like kids and are very open to letting kids figure stuff out for themselves rather than telling them what they're supposed to think. I think telling kids what they're supposed to think is, to me, it's almost like the teacher version of malpractice. I mean, teachers don't swear an oath like doctors do. But it's kind of like the opposite of what I think you're supposed to be doing as a teacher. Dare I ask, what are hot button topics in Canada? To say math is racist. F5, right on, Small Beak. Kuru saw it coming. They had a pre-move ready in this classical game. But this is a head duo, and it makes black very strong in this area. The king and the knight are both going to benefit from the strength these two pawns provide. Math is a very divisive subject now. Ay, ay, ay. Knight g3. So here, in general, you don't want to get this shape. You don't want to push f4 and let the knight come into e4. What you want to do is hold your ground with the king and hope that the knight's kind of stuck here for the moment. So king e6 is kind of a no-brainer positionally. Now, of course, you're playing a game, you have to check some specifics sometimes, but it looks very good to play king e6 here. King e6 could also free your rook to go to either the c file or the g file, and king e6 has been played. 40 seconds, very, very reasonable use of time. Kurukuru's seems to be playing very quickly, like they feel like their main hope is for the opponent to not have enough time to play the game well. But I don't know. Sure, viral stigma. Yeah. I apologize if I ask too much, but yeah, I mean, you've given me the topic at least, so you've informed me, even if it was unpleasant to you. That's interesting. Interesting. I think that's one of the hot button topics here in the US. I mean, I live in the US at the moment, but I can't guarantee that that I know what's going on here, but I think that's a hot button topic in the US as well, including how to handle it in schools. Yeah. So was G4 a mouse slip? No, math nerd, I don't think so. I think that white understood that f5 was coming. Their knight was going to get pushed to g3, most likely, or to somewhere not ideal, right? And so they wanted to either dissuade f5 or at least get a pawn trade off. The defending side wants to trade as many pawns as possible. The advantageous side here would like to trade rooks. If you trade rooks as black, you've got the best chance of winning, and if you can follow it up with a knight trade, then you're definitely winning. So once you've traded rooks, you can offer knight trades at any time you want. White always has to back away, and you slowly push your advantage. It's probably winning. If you just took the rooks off the board in the starting positions, probably winning endgame for black with, like supercomputer technique. So, but what white would want to do is trade pawns. If white could trade like these 3 pawns for these 3 pawns, then a draw comes into view. Or if you trade these 2 pawns for these 2 pawns, again, a draw starts to come into view. Like your odds of drawing start becoming like 50% or so if you can make the pawn trades. So G4 is played with the idea of at least getting 1 pawn off when black does their plan. That said, trading 1 pawn is not going to be enough to save white here, right? There's still this powerful position for black in the center, and enough room to maneuver and push the advantage. But you make the defense as difficult. Sorry. You make the conversion as difficult as possible for your opponent from the perspective of Kuru here. So knight g3 f3, we got a pawn trade. If black plays e4, we're ready to make a trade. If they push with f4, we get a blockade and a nice square for the knight. So yeah, I think to me, like rook g8 looks very powerful here. That looks like the best move. Rook c8 is the other move that would be an immediate... Those would be like the immediate candidate moves. The thing about rook g8, one thing it deals with is the idea of knight h5 to g7. But also it's like the file that's further away from white's king. So it's harder for white's king to cover the penetration points. And from rook g8, you're not very far away from landing a rook on g2, either with f4 or with an h-pawn pawn sack. Your knight is covering c3 and e3, so it's actually very inconvenient for white to let your rook land on g2. They're going to drop the h-pawn, and the king's going to get stuck on c1, covering the b-pawn and cut off on the second rank. So even though I said, like, here you don't want to play f4, knight e4 and be blockaded, if you play rook here, and your opponent plays, I don't know, for argument's sake, rook here, b6, rook here, you could consider f4, knight e4, allowing this horrible blockade of your pawn majority. Now that pawn majority is not winning you the game at any point ever. It's just forget about the pawn majority. But now you've got this, and look at that king position, and you're going to try and win with this pawn plus their king position. Very plausible that you could manage it. So to me, for all that, rook g8 looks very powerful. But okay, the move in the game was rook d6, and white, playing super fast, bashes out b4 in 20 seconds. Okay, rook g8, knight f5, knight f4 hits you. Yeah, rook g8 doesn't blunder knight f5 because of knight f4. I totally saw that. Fisher Seb is in Canada. Okay. And says that sees some of the same thing as viral stigma. Topic of Save the Children. Huh. They pushed the slogan Save the Children through the school system. Interesting. But you would say the school children of Canada were not currently under a threat from which they needed to be saved? I have to tell you, in the US, we know very little about Canada, but we imagine that it's mostly better than here. That's just the guess over on our side here. Or in the case of No Vest for the Dreary, we assume that everything's horrible everywhere. But no, I think a lot of people here like imagine that somehow Canada's like maybe a friendlier version of here. Oh, something about revisiting the history of crimes against natives, so to speak. Right. Yeah, the quotes I understood even across the internet. That's how I would use quotes myself, I guess. So I understand that. B5. Holding these pawn structure in place. In response to Kuru Kuru playing quickly, Smallbeak needs to not get too far into time trouble, but also keep their calm and not play too fast. Right? So you need to just keep playing about the pace you need to play, if that for yourself, if that makes sense, right? When you've got a tenuous endgame, by which I mean the result hangs in the balance, right? It's sort of on the edge between a win and a draw of some kind. So it's tricky, it's intricate, it's not easy to play, and your opponent's playing really quickly. if you get rattled and play either too quickly or too slowly, either falling into their pace or, feeling the pressure and double checking and not getting a break and being tired because they're never giving you a break by thinking, either of those things is a problem. You have to try your best to stick with the amount of time that you think the position deserves. Interesting. Cool that we've got some Canadians here. Min! Hey, Min. How are you doing, friend? I watched you at the Olympiad. So wonderful. I can't believe how good you've gotten. So nice to see. Now Vietnam has 3 top GMs. You just need one more. And you can start competing for the very top spots in the Olympiad. It's incredible. Just incredible. Super, super happy to see it. Yeah, we do seem to have a lot of Canadians in chat here right now. I'm learning a little something about the neighbor to the north. To your question, No Name, White is definitely playing too fast. Quite a bit too fast. But I guess the strategy is to put pressure on Black on the clock. Yeah. Hi, Michigan. Hi, Blue Man Raider. Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is David. I am one of 3 teachers who kind of run this channel here. Right now we're watching a viewer tournament. This is a weekly thing, so at this time we're always doing this every Friday night. The viewers are playing classical chess against each other. This is 90 plus 30 here, this particular game. And Chess Bras and Botez Sisters are giving Canada a chess boom. Wow, that's cool. I did not know that either. That's very cool. Some countries get inspired by like Anand or Magnus, and now you can also have a chess boom spawned by a streamer or streamers. That never occurred to me. Play is for tomorrow. Fight is for tonight. Yeah. Friday night, we've got Friday night fights. Saturday, we've got normally Saturday rapids, but sometimes other things. Like tomorrow, we're going to be doing endgame sparring, a special endgame sparring tournament. Of course, La Fong Hua as well, yeah. No, the Botez sisters are from Canada before the USA. I think the Canadians would know who's from Canada. Alexandra, I only met when she came to Stanford here, but my understanding was that she came from Canada. Oh, I think we got to move. So this knight is trying to harass here and harry this slightly weak f5 square. So Black supports the f5 square and offers the rook trade. That's a perfect move from Smallbeak. It's hard to have the confidence around these trades. Do I have enough to win the endgame for sure? You always wonder and hesitate in these situations. And it's much easier when I'm commentating than when I'm playing. If I'm playing, there'd be much more uncertainty for me. But while commentating, I can say you trade the rooks is probably a winning position. So any basic situation where you trade rooks without any concession, I would think it should be a winning endgame for black. So this should absolutely be the right play from Smallbeak. I'm sure Smallbeak is less confident than that. Do I write the raps? I do write raps, no name, yes. Who became world champion in Montreal? Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Foos Chess. No Vest likes No Rest and has once played 12 hours straight of Classical Arena. That's brutal. That's not what we're trying for here. We're not aiming for that, but I mean, if that's your jam, you can do it. We've got a 24-hour Classical Arena right here, you know. Still only got second place after 12 hours. There were other chess version of degenerates in there with you, huh? For example, welcome to the dojo. I wrote that. Yeah, no name. That is mine. What makes this position look winning? It's the clean, healthy extra pawn and the fact that a king and pawn ending like this would be winning, and a knight and pawn ending is probably also winning. I would not have gotten that trivia. Viral Stigma found it with Google. Thank you, buddy. That's very kind of you. I also was like proud of it within the limits of my own strengths and weaknesses. Oh, black had to calculate this knight g7 check move when playing here. The king has to keep in touch with the rook, so it has to come here. And then the knight's covering the pawn, and the calculations come to an end. Right? So, knight e7 is played. Maybe I should expand on that answer, Zoomja. If we took all the pieces off the board, do you see that the king and pawn ending is winning or not? Would you know how to win that king and pawn ending if we removed all the pieces and just had the pawns exactly where they are? It feels drawish. Okay. So in general, what will happen in this kind of a situation, Zoomjaw, if you took the rooks and knights off the board, is that this pawn could queen if the white king didn't stop it. Does that make sense? Like these two pawns can get past this one, and that makes a passed pawn when you play e4, e3. So the white king would be tethered to black's e-pawn. And that frees the black king to go do damage somewhere else. So the black king has two choices. It can go to the h-file and walk down and eat the h-pawn. Or it can go down this diagonal here and go eat the pawns on the queen side. And the white king needs to stay near the e-pawn to stop it from queening. If the white king wanders over here to stop the black king, then black plays e4, e3, etc. and wins. Same with if the king wanders over here to defend the h-pawn. Black plays e4, e3, etc. and wins the game. So I don't want to overwhelm you with too much at one time. It's very important when teaching and learning not to do too much at any one time. So I would say the first step for you is to understand how you could win this kind of king and pawn ending if it were just a king and pawn ending. Right? That the king needs to stay near the opponent's potential passed pawn. And the passed pawn only wins if there's somewhere else on the board that the king can go attack while your opponent's dealing with your extra pawn. Here, black could actually win by attacking either side of the board with their king in the king and pawn ending. And most king and pawn endings with an extra pawn are winning because of this factor that you can with your extra pawn, you can make a pass pawn in one area, and then your king can run to a different area and feast. Okay, white's still thinking. That's incredible, Viral Stigma. That's super cool. Exactly, Zoomja. Whether or not white goes f4 or trades on e4 at some point, the king's going to be stuck near that pawn, and black's going to stretch white's defense, we say, by going to attack in another direction. Ay, 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 Viral Stigma. That is unfortunate. Super interesting. And I love that kind of stuff. I love everything like etymology, how things came to be the way they are, cool little stories like that. Is it strong enough for black to play e4 right now? Well, right now it's white's move, and first black wants to make the rook trade. You may have heard a famous saying that all rook endings are drawn. It's not true, but a rook ending is the best hope for white of saving this particular position down a pawn. The king and pawn ending is losing. The knight and pawn ending is probably losing. The rook ending, there's maybe a 50 to 60% chance of a draw. So by trading off the rooks, black's avoiding the scenario where white would have the best chances of saving the game. So first black wants to trade the rooks. They can always try and play e4 later. It's not a rush. Okay, so we get this trade. And now, what does black want to do from here? My thought is maybe bring the king here to defend the pawn and free the knight to maneuver to somewhere like c4. Somebody asked about the e4 plan. You could play a move like this, trying to play e4. But if white wants to, they can prevent the plan by checking your king away. Plus, maybe they'll win this pawn. So I think that here in Smallbeak's shoes, I would probably just step to the side with my king, defend this area against their knight, and then improve my knight somewhere more active where it attacks one of white's pawns. It's probably the next step I would think of here. Jesse also likes etymology, and I don't know for sure about Kostya, but at least 2/3 of our teachers here on the channel think etymology is pretty cool. I love the journeys of words, but this kind of origin story of, how did Mexico City end up where it is, tracing. Viral Stigma is telling us as well, no name over in the Twitch chat, that if you look at Mexico's flag, you'll find an eagle atop a cactus with a snake, because that was like the sign that people were looking for the land of prosperity and why they settled there. But just like tracing people stories, I also like tracing word stories and like figuring out where they went and where they changed and all that. Hi, Silent Board. Welcome to the dojo. Black pressing a clinical knight ending. This is the kind of thing we're going to be doing tomorrow, is endgame sparring. Doesn't king g5, knight g5 check prevent that plan? I'm not really sure how white would prevent the plan of this king coming over here. You could check the king, but it should be able to chase you out. Like if I do this, you check, I attack you, you come back, I attack you, you come back, and now I'm ready to improve my knight. Yeah. I'm feeling pretty good here. 9:30 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. Yeah. Anybody who wants to, please do. The etymology of gaslighting? That seems like a very new word. It's going to have a modern etymology. I don't know the etymology of it, though. I think I wasn't very impressed by this new word, no name, because I felt like people were just... As soon as it was invented, people were immediately using it in different ways. So I wasn't convinced that this was a word that was going to stick around. I don't think people have a clear handle on the word. Vento says it comes from a movie. Is that correct, no name? A movie named Gaslight? You know what I mean? As soon as the word came out, people would have arguments, and then once they're arguing about something, they would just say, if somebody said something they disagreed with, they'd just say, hey, you're gaslighting me, and the other person would be like, no, you're gaslighting me, and then it was like, what does this word mean? I don't know. So I don't know about the stock price on that word. Like, if people can't handle the word, then then its future will be limited. I think I've understood what it's supposed to mean, right? It's supposed to be like a thing where you make somebody doubt their own sanity, right? You try and trick somebody by making them okay, Buddy of the Midwest. Lots of etymology people here. Comes from a 1938 play titled Gaslight. Perhaps that precedes the movie. The play was later adapted into a film of the same name. 10 years later. 6 years later. That's pretty quick. Especially during World War II, that they adapted a play into a movie in 6 years. The story of a husband who manipulates his wife into believing she is losing her mind in order to control her. Yeah, that's what I think of as gaslighting. You trick someone into thinking that they're maybe losing their mind, or, you know, that they just can't trust their own senses and thoughts in order to manipulate or control them. Leafcutter ants practice agriculture. Oh, we're getting great facts here tonight. Great facts tonight. What's up, SC? I also love doing commentary of the Olympiad. Coincidence? I think not. Knight c6 played. Okay. So what's the plan against knight g7 or knight g3? Are you going to defend this weak f-pawn with knight d4? Coming forward? I guess so. Holy moly. They had to move tremendous amounts of dirt viral stigma without, you know, much power to help them, huh? Yeah, surely for a purpose, Buddy of the Midwest. Not just for lulls or whatever, but yeah, in order to get something out of the person or keep them from preventing you from doing something nefarious. Knight c6, interesting technique. The knight on d4 for a moment will be vulnerable to this f4 move, trying to trade a pawn. Of course, your king can come to d5 in some cases. You have to watch out for knight f6. But like if knight g3, knight d4, f4. Oh, you could takes, and win the king and pawn ending. Probably. As we were saying, the king and pawn endings are mostly going to be winning. What about knight here, and then f4? That doesn't look particularly easy for black. I don't see anything like super brilliant to do. I would be sort of leaning towards just king here, trades here. The reason white's going to trade once you play king d5 is your knight's defended now, so you're threatening to take or maybe even push and take away space for their king. So now they're going to trade, and okay, question from Oscar Chess asking, if black knight came to f4 and white traded and black took back, would black be able to win off the extra doubled f pawn? Probably not. Probably not. There are some exceptions to where you could trade knights and still win. That kind of removes your extra pawn plus leaves the center blockaded. I don't see where the black king could ever get in after that trade. Knight e7 is fine, Fisher Seb, in the sense that the knight came from there, so it doesn't really make progress, but okay, white doesn't test black with the attempt at repetition and comes in with the knight threatening this pawn. If it goes to h6, white might play knight g8, h5, knight f6, just chasing the pawn forward, hoping it becomes a weakness that they can target. Or maybe play, h4 first so the pawn can't run. My first brief calculation suggests that black's not going to lose the h-pawn. Did you root for anyone in particular during the Olympiad, SC? The great thing about the Olympiad is there's like so many great players there, so many different people to root for. Tons of great stories, lots of excitement. e4 now to force knight take. Why on e4 could white not take with the pawn? Black just played knight d4, by the way, it looks like, leaving this hanging and encouraging the move f4 from white. What's going on? f4 was played. Knight counterattacked in. That's trading a lot of pawns, right? Black doesn't want to trade all these pawns. White can take, let black take, and then get out. And black's traded 2 sets of pawns. I really don't like trading these pawns. But maybe there wasn't better. Maybe h6 wasn't so good. Oh yeah, Michael Adams is a great one. And you probably know, in a sense, this is no exception with the Olympiad, but the young players in general did pretty well at the Olympiad. Just like they do well in general at most tournaments, right? Gradually, rating points have to be transferred from one generation to the next. So when you get an older player and they're still playing nicely, special treat, super fun. It's funny, when I was a kid, I kind of rooted for kids. Like, oh yeah, they got to come up, they got to show new stuff, they got to show what they can do. And now I'm always rooting for old folks too. Every move I'm like, wow, the old dude didn't hang a rook. Bravo to him or her, What a great day. Yeah. The kids win so much. No point in rooting for kids anymore. Absolutely no name. The growth of Gukesh in the past year is shocking by any measure. Yeah. I rarely witnessed anybody grow that much in that space of time at that kind of a level, you know. I've seen people rated 700 get to 800 quickly sometimes, but even occasionally a 1700 get to 1800 quickly. But a 2700 shoot to 2800 like that? I know he's not rated 2800 yet, but certainly playing at that 2800 plus level. So, yeah, just shocking. And for all the talk about rooting for old folks, I root for Gukesh. Hard. As anyone who's watched our coverage of the Olympiad or the candidates or any tournament he's played in will know. I would have been like you, Viral Stigma. The truth is I'm very loath to bother anybody, especially when they're at a thing where they have to do stuff, Like if I'm at a chess tournament, I know what it's like to be at a tournament. I don't really want anyone to bother me. Well, bother's like maybe has maybe too much of a direction or a valence to it. I understand that during a tournament it's rough to get distracted, let's say. White played h3, potentially allowing this pawn forward. The fight over the knights chasing these h-pawns is about to be unusual here. Yeah, and they have to deal with so much media and interviews and the pressure and everyone asking for stuff from them, and I just don't want to be the 100th person asking for something from anybody. I know it's not that it's unpleasant or that they, don't want to have fans. When someone comes and talks to me at a tournament, it's nice to talk to them. But it's also like dragging down my performance a little bit, to not be fully focused. So I would be like you. I went to a music festival while I was in France, specifically to see this one group called Chill Bump, and it was their sort of comeback show after several years of not performing. And I was hanging out at the festival for like 5 hours before their show, or maybe 6 hours, because I didn't know exactly when they'd be on. And then I just saw them just hanging out there, which makes sense. I mean, if you're at a music festival and you're a musical group, of course you would like hang out and maybe listen to music, maybe chat with other people who like music and stuff. And my friend's like, go say hi to them. Tell them you're like their giant fan or whatever. And I was like, oh, these guys have to be like in game mode, game shape, right? They need to have their focus. If everybody here went up to them and said, hey man, I love you, you're so great, how could they enjoy the day, right? Maybe the random people they're chatting to are friends of theirs. It was in their hometown, right? So maybe they're just hanging out with their friends. They don't want obviously every single person here recognizes them. If everyone went up to them and talked to them, that would be so annoying. So I didn't annoy them. Or maybe they would have thought it was awesome that someone from another country was there to see their show, but I don't know. Wow, that's crazy, Stigma. Carl Milton loves rooting for the overdog. Yeah, Magnus is great, but it's a bummer that he's not playing. I agree. Like, I 100% agree with people who say it's a bummer that he's not playing. And I also 100% agree with his decision to not do something that's a bummer for him. You know? I don't want them to change the format of the classical World Championship match to Blitz or Rapid just to make him happy so that he participates. You know, I want him to go play the World Blitz Championships and the World Rapid Championships if it makes him happy. And I will miss him, especially this year in the World Championship match. Oh my God. Because it's not going to be much of a match. But he should do what he wants to do. You know. All right, should we see if we can figure this thing out? E4 is really desirable for black, and black did play E4. Strangely, EF4 might have been really good too. I want to check this move for a second, folks. It creates a weird shield of coverage boxing this king in. Look at these squares. These are all covered by black pieces. And if the king goes to E2, you have knight G1 check, knight takes H3. Probably clipping that pawn for free, right? So then the idea is white takes here and you go here, trapping the knight. Like this. And I guess H4 is their candidate move, trying to play knight G5. You come across. They come here. You can take the pawn, yeah. You can still take the pawn. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, H4, you could also just take the pawn. Oh, there's just nothing to do. Let me try this line here real quick. Check. Here. Check. Here, trapping the knight, right? Yeah. That's a nice technique, Clock Goblin, yeah. That's nice. It's very, like, direct and clear. I would probably also just be too shy to pull it off, but I mean, it sounds good to me. So F3 now, the problem is that white can take it and still get back and catch this pawn. Right? They can take the knight, not the pawn sack. So here I'm out of terrain. So I guess I'd have to switch over to this. But then white's fine. They just bounce back and forth with me. Yeah. So it looks like EF4 doesn't quite do it. So black played E4 check. The king surprises us. I thought it was going to E3. And black plays H6, dodging the knight, just like white's dodging this one. Another surprise from white. Oh, if king C6, the knight wants to go to G7 and go after this. And if king E6, it wants to go to C7 and go after this. King D7, knight here. Interesting. And here, Smallbeak is currently thinking 11 minutes on the clock to figure which way to go. So white is trying to muster some counterplay with this knight dodging around on the back rank. King C6 chosen. Okay, so I guess we're going to get knight G7, knight H4? Or knight G7, knight G1, knight F5, knight H3, knight H6, knight F4, trading a bunch of pawns. That's not it. Tricky knights, exactly. Tricky knights do tricky moves. They be tricky. They do tricky. For sure. There's knight G7. Yeah, queen endings are the worst, Viral Stigma. They're the worst. Oh my god. All right. So the pawn on f5, I guess knight h4 is what I would play. Okay. Small Beak agrees. 11 minutes is not a lot to finish off this endgame. That's so classic, Zoomja. For sure. That's happened to basically everybody here. Somehow, and not just knight forks, right? Somehow in chess, you're often like, I gotta stop this counterplay or something, and then you allow counterplay, right? Ugh. Or I just have to control this, or defend my king position, and then you don't defend your king position, right? They have some other way through. It's crazy how that happens. So now the plan from Black's perspective is what? You bring your king all the way back across, push the knight out to h5, and then your knight goes to g2 or g6 or f3. It's a long way from winning. Really long way from winning. But, I mean, it also seems like Black's doing everything right, and they've got this extra protected pass pawn, and the position should be winning. It's just a lot harder to execute than a king and pawn ending would be, because this thing is so tricky. Ours is tricky to use. Theirs is tricky to defend against and follow what it's up to, you know? It's like they're both tricky, but in a bad way for us at the same time. Oh, definitely this extra soreness is from the shots. It's much worse on the left side than the right. Oh my god, it's almost midnight, which means I gotta get to bed before tomorrow morning's tournaments. Everybody knows what's happening tomorrow? Yes? No? Yes? No? Maybe? Is king d4 the move for white? Looks like a good move. Yeah, taking some real territory with that king. And that's just been played. Right on. Who got that just now? Math nerd. Good work. Ah, interesting, Zoomjaw. Your opponent just posting the queen over on the king side because you don't have a knight f6 to chase it out of there. And then they just bring all the other pieces too, huh? Yeah. King d4. What's Black supposed to do? I feel like very hard. Somehow I don't see how to win for Black. Despite feeling like they did everything right. Like, okay, here's the basic. White could maybe play... Oh, maybe White can't play king e5 because you just play e3. Never mind. I was worrying here, folks, that White would have this move. So much so that even here I was thinking they check you, you're pushed back, then they come here, you come here, and they come here, right? And you can't defend this, and you can't chase this piece out. But you just play e3. I mean, the point of having the extra protected passer is it's supposed to be a leash that the white king is stuck on. Okay, so a6 was played, by the way, the suggestion of Viral Stigma here. Yeah, it protects this so that in the lines where you bring your king over, if they check you, they can't come get the b pawn. But it also spends a key tempo that you could Tsugtong with at some point later. But you're thinking white has to back up and you can come forward, huh? If they come forward, you queen the pawn. If they move the knight away, then you come across here. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I love to save these tempi if I can, though. My instinct would be king d6. Head to, you know, f6, f7 with the king first, and then go. And I think, just like king e5, king c5 will mostly lose to e3. So we can actually allow this king to come in at us. But let's see how a6 works out. So knight e6 was played. Maybe wants to go this way. I think potentially black could throw this check with the idea of here, here. If the knight goes back to g7, you go back to h4 and your kings come forward. This is kind of critical. They win this pawn, but we get good position with our king. Can we do anything with that? Yes, I think then we twirl like so. Yeah. Well, a5 is not always so... Oh, and the knight didn't go through c5 in this line, viral stigma. But even knight c5, you can't... a5 doesn't always stop its effectiveness. But let me just finish this line here. So here I want to go either knight g2 to f4 or knight c2 to a3. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Foos. Not to spend the move on a6 and just bring the king over to g6 directly. Chase the opponent out. This still looks like good chances to win for black, this right here. Let's see how it compares to the game. Knight e6, knight f3 check. It's just been played. 9 minutes left for Smallbeak. Definitely less and less time. Yeah, the king goes that way. So now if you come forward and get checked, you can't come into a good square. Harder, if you chase the knight this way, it comes here and you don't have a5 because of check and takes. Probably. Maybe the knight's bad there. And you can do something like king here, takes here, and try and collect this whole side here. Yeah, we can't rule that out. And on a5, if they don't check and take it, like if they wait around, you actually probably want to play a4, just getting closer to queening. And if your knight can ever attack a3, it's super strong. Yeah. I mean, honestly, even here, this move doesn't look too bad, right? Takes, takes, and then takes. Uh-oh. It does look not great for white. Okay, but Smallbeak's thinking here, 7 minutes on the clock. King d6, the knight could go back to g7 and bring our knight back to h4. Could also try playing h5, h4 here. No, h5, there's knight g7. Morgen, Falk. Geht's gut? Time ticking down for the beak.
King d6 is just a guess. No move played yet. Oh, here comes a move. King b6. Wow. Ja. So ist es. 24 Stunden in dieser Arena hier. Also es gibt immer klassische Partien. Zu jeder Zeit. King b6. Doesn't really promise a lot of progress, right? Like, get tied down to your f-pawn. Yeah, I don't love King b6. I don't think Smallbeak loves it either. It's like maybe you're just going to defend this pawn. Maybe you're going to push it. But it doesn't say, like, we're winning the game. Knight g7 to send the knight back here. And then I guess this king can come back to d4, right? And then you're back to bringing your king into the game, no? a6 and a5. Neither move helps black, really. They just make it worse. You know your opponent a month in advance? What kind of tournaments are these? Things are so cushy in Europe. You know your opponent a month in advance. You play one game in a tournament. Then they probably give you a massage. I mean, like the tournament director provides massages maybe once you've played one game. You go home. You ruh dich aus for another month. Very cushy. Last Friday in the month. Yeah, that's crazy chill. Normally chill's the opposite of crazy. You know, things here are too frenetic and frantic, but that's a crazy degree of chill. Yeah, a5 was the point. Yeah, you just have to be used to 2 games a day, and then you can do it. I've played 3 games a day. And not the new 90 plus 30 classical. 3 games of, like, you know, 2 time control classical. 3 games of 40 moves for 40 moves in, you know, 1.5 to 2 hours. And then another 30 to 60 minutes after that and everything. Yeah, prep's kind of lame, viral stigma, especially now in the computer age. It was kind of cool in the 1960s and 70s. You know, I'm a big fan of Lev Polugaevsky, who did insane opening preparation 50 years ago. But now it's a little bit lame. Yeah. I think white should probably prefer to trade themselves in general, but they have to consider if the black king gets to a4 quickly. I mean, just because something's part of the game doesn't mean you have to like it, right? Most games have some parts of them that you like and some parts you don't like. It's not that you can't like it. You're free to like it, but you must like it for some other reason. Whoa, dramatic action. Dramatic action, the knight sack. Against knight d6, check. The king comes to d5. Knight c4. f5. Knight a3. Pawn takes. King takes. f6. That wins for white. Okay, so you can't go to a3 to try and win the game. You could go to g3, but king f3 is probably good enough to repeat. h4 is far away from the king. f5. Seems like enough to draw. Wow. Haven't computers made chess more broad in a sense? A lot of things are more playable than they were before. So that's hard to say, Falk, because some people say like the computers close certain doors and other people say they open doors, right? And it's hard to count the doors and compare, right? So like computers can put some romantic gambits out of commission and they can come up with some new ideas, right? I personally don't know whether it's more doors opened or closed. But the line you just gave with queen f4, e6, knight c3, knight b4, queen d2, I do know that line. Sorry. That's as far as I know. But yeah. I did see that. I learned that line in Munich. Hi, Mia. Welcome to the dojo. Yeah, I think it is newish, Falk. Pretty good. Pretty good. It's midnight, and I've got another tournament to comment in the morning, so we're going to have to wrap this up, but I'm curious how this game's going to finish. So this was a suggestion just now from Foo's Chess here to maybe trade on b4. We don't think white can take the knight and allow black to take on a3 and queen, so we could trade and then bring the king to defend the knight. Then after king e6, it feels like white has enough to draw as well. I don't really see how to win here from the black perspective. Very hard to win, yeah. But okay, let's just put some moves on the board real quick to get a feeling for it. So here we go, maybe knight e4 against this. F5, king here. Man, there's king g7 there. I'm 2,300 FIDE right now. Maybe this move? Get checked. H4. This looks just barely holding for white still.
Falk, I tried a version of knight c4 without playing a4 here because the knight's attacked. This was the first line I calculated, was like this. And I thought white was winning. I didn't even see a way for black to get back and draw at this point. This is where I cut off the variation. If it were my game, I would double check a little bit further, but that was my first little calculation here. Nice, Mia. Very nice. Okay, a4, king c7, king e6. Kuru still managing to play quite quickly. And yeah, it's gradually putting pressure and pressure and pressure on Smallbeak. Does anybody know if on chess.com you can create an arena with a fen? Chess 963 check, King of the Old Crazy House Bug House. I don't see how to start it from a position of my choosing. If I do a Swiss tournament? I don't see the fen anymore either. Setup custom fen. So there we can do it. And in Club Arena setup, custom fen. There it is. Okay, found it. It's good. Setting up tomorrow's tournaments. Endgame sparring 1900 plus. Rated. Rating based pairing. Game type standard. Time control duration. 5:30. Tomorrow, and then just grab a fen. Let's see if that worked. No, it didn't seem to create it. That's not great for me. Okay, 94, that's the move I was expecting. King here. That's not very helpful. Seems like you have to try to slide under. Or play h5 to just get a little more space and further away with that pawn. I didn't think of king c6 here as a real move. Because the king's just not getting anywhere, right? It's just walking into a wall. Nowhere to go. White, by the way, you know, this h4 move was a very clever move. And White's reason was they didn't want to go here, check, here, takes, f6, here. And if you go f7, Black just takes and runs the h-pawn. So White was being very precise and careful about that. Plays h4 first to take away this square from the knight, and then starts pushing the f-pawn. Not even sure that I see a draw for Black with the knight against this one f-pawn. Okay, gaining a little space here. f6, f7. The king and pawn ending I just calculated looked winning. Oh, maybe we can race it instead of freezing the king against the h-file. f6 takes, d5, g5, c4, h5, b4, king g6, king c4, h5, b4, h6. And it's a draw. Okay, so if White plays f6 here and Black takes it, that king and pawn ending is a draw. Oh, we wish you luck, Gaurav. We wish you all the luck and all the fun. It won't let me create a tournament while I'm watching a game, huh? Bizarre. Really bizarre. I mean, I want to bring their game to a close, but it's after midnight and I have to set up those tournaments. Oh, and get up in the morning and do it again. Amen. White's trying to win it. Ay, 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 ay. Knight d6 looks okay for Black. Also, knight d2 might be playable as well. Ay, 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 under a minute. The clock turns red. Pressure. That's right, Foos. Whoa. I don't know about that. That was not on my list of moves that work out. But I guess against f6, you play knight g4 check, you take it, king d5 transpose to the variation that Foos and I are referring to in the king and pawn ending. So this doesn't win. And I guess king here could be played, and then you could come back to f6 or e4. Yeah. It's a draw, Falk. White can't strengthen the position more, and the transition to the king and pawn ending with f6, knight takes f6 at some point is a draw. So, yeah. It's a draw, Falk. There's two approaches for black. One approach is you try and freeze the white king against the h-file when they take your h-pawn, right? So you go like king d6, king g5, king e5, king takes h5, king f5. That approach often draws if it's a rook pawn, but with a knight pawn, that approach loses. Basically, the white king can get out, and then when you're taking the h pawn, it runs to the b pawn, and you can run back, and if it were a rook pawn, you'd be back in time to draw, but because it's a b pawn, they can play king a6, and they've got room to queen the pawn. But the second approach to the endgame is the race. Instead of freezing the king against the h-file, when they play king f6, you go king d5, king g5, king c4, and you take their b pawn. If you count that race, you'll see that white queen's first and black queen's second, just a half tempo behind, so it's a draw. Long days and short nights. You'll note that Kuru, who played very quickly earlier in the game, is now being very careful before making the final decisions here. They can smell blood. They've put pressure on Smallbeak's clock. They've escaped the loss, and they're hoping to put it away. Let me think, Falk. Yeah, I guess I do say the squares in my head, I think. I think that's the primary way I keep track of anything, is just a sort of verbal information of knight is on f3, pawn is on f5, pawn is on h5, knight is on f2, etc. And speaking it out may help me with retrieval a little bit. If it were black to move knight g4 would be losing. Do you think, Foos, that white would play king e6 and black would be an actual Zugzwang? Really going for this win, huh? King d5. King g6.
little bit risky what white's up to here. $30 for black. King e5, knight e4 are kind of the big candidate moves. But white's not playing f6, Paul. White's taking the h-pawn here. And if you go king c4 here, white will go king g6, king b4, and then not play f6, transposing to b4. They'll play h5. You move your king, and they play h6, b4, h7, b3, h8. You know. Here, king g6, good relation to the knight, very, very far from getting checked. And this pawn wants to come through. Wow. Chases the pawn. Pawn has to move forward. Black can follow it with the king. And then if h5, there's knight takes h5. f7, king here. If h5, king here might help. If king here, then check, of course, saves it. So king e6, f7, king e7, h. I did a couple simuls in France, Carl, in the town I was living in. I did 2, I think. First, I played, whoa, look at that pawn go. Amazing, that's it. What tenacity from Kudu Kudu. Yeah, I played 2 simuls in France. Ah, nothing easy about this one, Grandma. There's nothing easy about these games. Knight f6 instead of knight g3, right here. Sure, knight f6, h5. There's a chance that the move knight g8 could draw here. No, knight h5 draws even more easily, yeah. So knight f6, and white can't make any progress. Oh my god. It was that easy, huh? I mean, not easy when you're tired and you've been looking for so long, but I think you guys are right, chat. It seems like here, knight f6 holding the blockade. Yeah, crazy. Epic game. Props to both players, as always. close all these games because I need to create a new tournament. For tomorrow morning. Club Arena, title name, endgame sparring. 1900 plus, endgame sparring. Start time 9:30. 5. Why can't I set it to be rated now? Yeah, you're welcome, Clock Goblin. What am I doing wrong? Max players 3,000, starts in 9 hours. Okay, now let's make one for 1,500, for 1,600 to 1,900. Title. I haven't even put in that it's a custom position yet, you know, so it's weird. 16 to 1900, endgame sparring. I mean, I don't really care if it's rated or not. It doesn't matter to me so much. 3 hours, 5:30. Custom Fen. Give them a different one. Start at the same time, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Create that, copy it. Close it, make the next, create. Club Arena. 12 to 1,600 sparring. No, endgame sparring. Yeah, I've made a lot of rated arenas before. I don't know. But they change things from now, from time to time, which makes sense. Let's make the last one, Club Arena. Under 1,200, endgame sparring. Start date today. Simple enough.
1200. I just have to add some spaces, and then we'll see if these links work. And then get a little rest, perhaps. All right. Here's the new command, !play. Yeah, the stream's about to end, no name. It's bedtime for me, and I've got another stream when I get up with these next tournaments. Looks like I've got them set up. Let's try and click some links. That link worked. That link worked. That link worked. Looks like they all work. Okay. Should be good. All right, folks. So that's my final announcement before I say goodnight for today. When I get up in the morning, we'll do these endgame sparring arenas. This is an important step towards our plans to create endgame ratings for player dashboards eventually, and giving people a quick view of what they're stronger or weaker at between end games, tactics, middle game, strategy, etc., etc., etc. So if you can, come on and join us tomorrow for that. It'll be starting in a little under 9 hours. The games will start by 9:30 a.m. Pacific. And try to be here a few minutes early if you want to participate, because chess.com will cancel the tournaments if they're not full at the time they're supposed to start. They'll also abort your games if you don't play your first couple moves quickly. So beware the aborting, banning, canceling, etc. Be very careful out there, folks. That's it for another episode of Friday Night Fights.